Sit down, please, and come to order. Welcome, everyone. This is the meeting of the Manatee County School Board for November 12th, 2019. We are now going to, join with the Vice Chair in the Pledge of Allegiance. And if you are able to rise and are allowed, please join her and me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You all may be seated. We are privileged today to have a student celebration, and we're going to recognize the Lincoln Memorial Academy football team. And I'm going to turn it over to Mike Barber, who's so good at these student celebrations. Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members, and Superintendent Saunders. I need to let you know that we're going to have to be a little bit flexible with our scheduling. The football team is on the way here. They're running a little bit late, so we're going to work around that, all right? So our first recognition will actually be Speak Up Manatee. So if I could have the Speak Up Manatee folks stand up. And let me let you know that Speak Up Manatee is a parent organization that works in conjunction with the district's Exceptional Student Education Department to advocate and educate parents and staff of students with disabilities. The group recognizes teachers who have gone the extra mile to help students with disabilities meet their full potential. And to tell us more about this specific recognition tonight, I want to introduce Joe Roberts, ESC coordinator for the school district. So, Joe.
Thank you, Mike. And I appreciate, number one, I appreciate the board giving us the opportunity and the forum to discuss. We've got our own football team here. Who needs the football team from Lincoln? And appreciate it from Superintendent Saunders giving us this opportunity. We're here to give an award that we're going to give monthly to a person in our district that has taken a chance. And when I say taking a chance, I mean this principal has taken, I think we all know what VE classes are. It's a varying exceptionalities class. A lot of our elementary schools have VE classes, and some of those classes are kindergarten through second grade. Other of those classes could possibly be kindergarten through fifth grade. They are very tough classes to teach. Could you imagine being a teacher and having K through 5 in a classroom, students that are ESE eligible, all the accommodations, you're supposed to follow the curriculum and do all the things that are happening in the regular ed classes. So they are very difficult to maintain. We had a principal that took a chance, and he had a K2 class and a 3-5 class last year. He took those children, those students, and he put them in, the scheduling that goes into this, the planning times, the common planning periods for the teachers, it's an immense effort to go through as a principal. He took those that K2 and a 3-5 class, he spread those students out. He did the scheduling the way it was supposed to be done. He has taken those VE teachers that were in those classes and inserted them in a co-facilitation manner to work with the regular education students. The results are outstanding. I brought them with me just so I could read to you real quickly. This is the assistant principal, Ms. Heathcote, sent this. Benchmark results for the first quarter. This is rankings in the district. Math benchmarks, grade 3, ranked number 7. These are our ESE students are included in these results. Grade 4, math benchmarks, ranked number 2. Grade 5, math benchmarks, ranked number 3. Science, ranked number 3. There is a direct correlation between this. I can tell you that there's a student attending Stewart Elementary right now that was in an ASD classroom last year. A lot of nonverbal students in that classroom. He is now in a regular education classroom at Stewart Elementary doing outstanding. There are going to be bumps in the road. We all know that. But for this principal to take the chances that he did, he could have kept doing what he was doing. He could have kept doing the same thing that he was doing. I guarantee you wouldn't have had the results like this. So our monthly award winner for this year, for this month, is Joe Hoagland, the principal of Stewart Elementary.
Mr. Chairman, board members, Superintendent Saunders, there you are. This is actually really exciting and really great. Thank you, Mr. Roberts, for nominating us, and thank you all. This is really great. But it is not me alone that did that. I have two of my amazing ESE teachers, Mrs. Liz Murphy and Mrs. Heather Dreo, that really did a lot of the legwork, a lot of the problem solving, and really made this happen. And I guess made what Joe said, laid that on pretty thick, because I didn't do all of that alone. These two ladies were a huge part of that. So thank you to both of them, because I couldn't have done it alone, but thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I know you beat me to the punch. I also wanted to give you a coin of excellence for the great, outstanding job you're doing. And I'll make sure that your two teachers are given one as well. So thank you guys for doing an outstanding job.
Okay.
I would like to congratulate you.
Oh, stop.
Got him.
Now, you have done so much for so many, for so long, that this is just really a small token of our appreciation for the changes that you've made for so many children over the years. I mean, thank you so much.
Joe.
I love her daughter.
How about
So
a
much.
board picture?
I have a coin of excellence for you as well.
I just want a badge.
Okay. Let's go. Where's that?
Joe Hoagland, get up here.
Okay, well, I guess we're not.
Is there popcorn in this bag? Is there popcorn here?
Yeah, let's,
This is a surprise. My wife and daughter. I did not. You have to go secret. Thank you.
Joe and Joe.
Thank you again, board. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
thank you. Okay, see you. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Okay. Oh.
Okay, board members. We invited the 27 members of the Lincoln Memorial Academy football team to be here, and 16 cheerleaders, and unfortunately they have not been able to make it. But we do have Principal Ronnie King, and I'm going to invite him up here in just a moment. During the last 2 school years, the Lincoln Memorial Academy Trojans football team has been undefeated, and they have captured back-to-back Sunshine State Athletic Conference championships. And as you all know, Lincoln Memorial High School had a very proud tradition in athletics, and especially in football. It's part of Manatee County's history. And so it's been really great to see the success of this program at LMA over the last 2 years. They've been actually unbeaten, and as I said, two-time conference champions. Their head coach is Ricky Simmons, and the athletic director is Kevin Jackson. They did defeat Zephyr Hills Christian Academy 23-0 in this year's regional championship game. And just to say a few words, I'm going to invite Principal Ronnie King up, and he has a special guest with him as well. So.
Okay.
Greetings to members of the board. I'm here with cornerback and as well as wide receiver Devin Thomas, student on our football team. Football team this year went actually 8-0, 3 due to forfeit. A lot of the teams didn't want to play us this year. We played against teams from Fort Myers to Ocala to Oviedo over near Orlando and Zephyr Hills. They've had an outstanding football game. I think the last game, the score was 23-0. I think that was actually the closest game they had. So they had an outstanding season this year. A number of the players are also playing basketball, which they have a game tonight. But we had an outstanding season this year, and we're proud of them.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
And face out here, we're going to get a photo of you. And I'm sorry, what was your name again? Devon Thomas? Okay.
Mr. King, your Uncle Tom.
You want it back?
Okay, thank you.
All right. We thank them for coming, and our next recognition is what we call a We Manatee moment. And to handle this recognition, I'd like to introduce our communications specialist, Melissa Parker.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Last month, approximately 2,300 volunteers converged on 5 counties in our region for what's known as United Way's Day of Caring. In Manatee County, beautification projects took place at the Palmetto Youth Center and at one of our West Bradenton schools. 100 Publix employees helped Sugg Middle School students and their urban farm grow. Let's watch our brand new We Manatee video.
We are at Sugg Middle School and our new urban farm. We're building soil beds so they're ready for planting, to have pizza gardens and salsa gardens and soup gardens and salad gardens. When a crew like Publix today comes and helps behind the scenes like this, it gets it to that space where a student can come out and feel success and feel proud of what they've done.
Day of Caring is all about finding ways for community to give back in tangible, tactile ways that both make them feel good about the work that they're doing, but also have a positive impact on the organizations for whom they're volunteering today.
Collectively, probably close to 200 Publix associates giving up their time, making a difference in our community. They say, I want to help. I want to make my neighborhood better. I want to give back.
It feels great, especially that I went to school here 10 years ago and working with such a great company like Publix, where we focus on giving back to the community.
Students grow in so many ways in an urban farm setting like this, built into school. They start from seeds, they have to develop patience, and it grows their ability to get out of the instant mentality that we are in our culture with technology. it makes them feel supported and loved, and everybody needs to know that they're loved and supported, and having a team like Publix makes that real for them.
The things that we work on together are challenges that no one organization can solve alone. We encourage folks to engage, to volunteer, to become part of the movement.
Manatee County is a great place to live. It really is. We've got great community leaders. We got great community partners like United Way that's making our community stronger and a desired place to live and raise a family.
We are the School District of Manatee County.
Join us at wemanatee.net.
At this time, I would like to invite up representatives from United Way Suncoast and Publix, as well as Sugg Middle School agriculture teacher and FFA advisor Kimberly Lowe. We'll have you introduce yourself and your organization and just say a few words. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Alex Middleton. I went to school right here in Manatee County. I've been assistant store manager at Publix for 10 years now, and I had the privilege of spearheading with my partner here, Joe Galati, the efforts at Sugg Middle School, and I'm going to introduce it to him now. He's going to talk about a little bit about what we did.
So, my name's Joe Galati, and lived in Manatee County pretty much my whole life. Graduated from Manatee High. Actually, was one of the first the classes at Stewart Elementary. Started there when it opened in 3rd grade. So, we went out there to Sugg Middle School, and it's for the Day of Caring, United Way Day of Caring, and we, like you saw in the video, just got all together and went and made just helped our community and made a school better, and did our part in the community. And being with Publix over 30 years, it still does. It's never ceases to amaze me about how our Publix family just gets together anytime we get the opportunity to make our community better. Our founder, Mr. George, always said how important it was to give back to the community that we live in. And as our mission statement, one of the bullet points is to be responsible citizens in our community. So not only does it give us the opportunity to give back to the community as a group, but and do something good for our county. But it's kind of our way of keeping our founders' legacy alive about how important that was to him. So we all get together to do that for him and for our community. So I thank you for inviting us here, and it was a pleasure to do part of it, and we can't wait for next year to do it again.
Thank you. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Debbie Tapp. I'm the United Way Suncoast Manatee Area Chairman of the Board and volunteer. And I just want to say thank you to the school district for all the support that's given to United Way, and we in turn love to support the school district. So, and of course I want to thank Publix and all the support that they give to United Way also.
Thank you, Debbie.
Good evening. I'm Kimberly Lowe, the teacher, and I am happy to report that because of Publix, what would have taken our students months and months to plant has been planted now. They've put in the salsa garden. They have installed the pizza garden. My students were able to put in the plants, and they're working currently on the irrigation design and the technology that goes with that, all because Publix was able to come and prep it for them in what otherwise would have taken months and months and months. And the students loved the tables that were planted. It's almost like little hidden mushrooms. These spools are so big, so the students, when they're done with their project, will congregate actually underneath those as a heat tarp shade. So it's very, very fun to watch them, and they are not complaining nearly as much about getting their shoes dirty due to all the mulch that was laid. Literally 2 dump truck fulls, literally big ones, wheelbarrow after wheelbarrow, to make pathways around the area instead of sand spurs. So we are certainly super over the top thankful. Thank you, Publix.
Okay, thank you. Okay, listen.
get from that recognition is the We Manatee video that you just saw and you can see it was just a beautiful video, the filming and everything, the story. It was done by Stephen Oposky of MSTV. Stephen, could you stand up? And Melissa Parker of our communications office. And they collaborate on almost all of our We Manatee videos, and I think y'all would all say that they do an excellent job of telling great stories about stuff that's going on in our school district. So we're very proud of that, and we're very proud of the work that they do. So thank you very much. Okay. Just one last thing here, and I think I might have messed up the computer here. When I put my thing on it, can you help me with it, or? While you're down here, I think the school board chair has something they'd like to.
Very clever, Mike.
Got her.
We have a special recognition for Mrs. Michelle Boyes, who has served the school board since 2014 as the agency administrative associate. Tonight is her last meeting in that role. I speak on behalf of the board and all on the days when I express our deepest gratitude and appreciation. We wanted to share exactly what your tenure in this role involved. Start date was September 24, 2014. Last official day in this role, November 15, 2019. What does that look like?
5 years, 1 month, 23 days.
162,345,600 seconds.
2,705,760 minutes.
45,096 hours.
1,879 days.
268 weeks and 3 days.
11 board members.
3 superintendents.
125 board workshops.
115 board meetings.
And numerous committee meetings.
I speak for all of us when I say, may you be proud of the work you have done, the person you are, and the difference you have made for all of us. The school board of Manatee County, the over 7,000 district staff members, and our 50,000 students, we all love you. And I think we had something we wanted to give to you, just a little token here. And if Vice Chair Messenger and I could come down to the dais and just be with you for a moment.
Oh, boy, I was kind of hoping,
Here's 1 or 2 roses. I guess that means 12. And thank you. And we have a little card for you. Let's see. Vice Chair Messenger's better at opening little cards.
I can't open her card.
You can't open the card? Okay. Let's see. Maybe we'll have to get. Is this how we open it? Okay. This is a little. This is very emotional to me, obviously, because I just know how much Michelle has given of herself to this It's true. But this is our thank you. And there's a few people who have shared their thanks, their gratitude, and their love. This is lovely, right?
Thank you, Mr. Reiner.
This is Vice Chair Messengers. She can open it. Okay. Yeah, this is all from the board and on behalf of everybody in the district. So that may require a saw or something. You want to? Okay. So you can take that home and be surprised. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Let's give her.
How about if we have the board members come down here?
Yeah, let's all come down and do a picture. It's, there's no words that really fully describe how much, she has contributed to the district and made our job so much easier by her expertise and dedication, so.
I am not leaving.
I know, but she's not leaving us, but in her role here, she's been, she and Kelly are just fabulous people and administrators. Okay, so, good.
Thank you, Melissa.
Good job.
Mr. Chair, we have a couple more reports and presentations coming up in just a minute, but I think you'll have a business item.
Agenda.
Okay.
Approval of the agenda.
Reports and present. Okay. I think we're ready for a public hearing.
Approval of the agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have that here. The chair has found good cause to amend the agenda to include all items listed under agenda amendments on the November 12, 2019 agenda, updated November 6, 2019, and posted to the district website. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, the approval of the agenda as amended.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Board Member Kennedy. Is there discussion? The chair hearing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much and for your help here. Now we go on to report and presentations. The 2019 Farm City Week proclamation. Mr. Barber, we have some very distinguished people with us
right.
concerning that.
If you,
Yeah, he's going to be throwing tomatoes at me or something. I don't.
if you see the guy in the big hat,
Yeah, big hat. I've seen him before. Okay.
Farm City Week time, and to tell us a little bit more is Kelly Kennedy, Adult and Career Technical Assistant Director. So, Kelly.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, board members, Mrs. Saunders, I have the great pleasure of standing before you tonight to receive the 2019 Farm City Week proclamation. I'm joined by Farm City Week committee member Ralph Garrison, who's a local nurseryman, and I'll introduce my other guests in just a minute. Farm City Week was conceived by Kiwanis International more than 60 years ago to promote the interaction between city folks and the farming and ranching community. This year we celebrate Manatee Farm City Week with the theme Fresh Catch. While there are many people and commodities that could be highlighted as being instrumental in creating the foundation for the rich agricultural environment we enjoy in Manatee County today, the committee chose to highlight our local aquaculture heritage and industry. Some facts about aquaculture. Florida fishermen provide more than 80% of the nation's pink shrimp, grouper, mullet, and stone crab. The fishing village of Cortez was settled in the 1800s with mullet as the main export, but remains a top producer of Florida seafood today. Manatee County is the home to one of the largest shellfish hatcheries in the Southeast. Shellfish farms have been linked to improved water condition and increases in seagrass coverage. We encourage the members of our community to know where their seafood and all food comes from and always support local producers. Even if you're eating out, ask about the food, where the food comes from, and make a conscious choice to support restaurants that support local farmers, ranchers, and fishermen. In celebration of Farm City Week, our students have written essays, given speeches. We've highlighted our local FFA and 4-H programs at the Downtown Farmers Market. And later this week, we will take the community into the village of Cortez, our farms, ranches, nurseries, and dairies on ag tours. And next week, we will honor the agriculturalist of the year for his or her contribution to the community. It's still a secret. Next week, we will also honor Captain Scott Moore for his lifetime dedication and commitment as a skilled captain, an ocean steward, conservationist, and educator, and induct him into the Ag Hall of Fame. But one of my favorite activities happens on Thursday. That's when we host over 1,000 third graders at the fairgrounds for Ag Venture to learn about watersheds, forest fires, citrus, and tomatoes. And we'll even teach them how to make butter. Board members, I invite you to join us between 9:30 and 12 on Thursday, although this is closed to the public. Also this weekend, our students will learn how to better handle their livestock in a prospect show that helps them prepare for showing their animals at the county fair in January. Yes, Farm City Week is packed with lots of activity, but we hope that these activities will inform the public and cultivate the next generation of agriculturalists, the Scott Moores and Ralph Garrisons of the future. Tonight, I'm pleased to introduce to you the Middle School Farm City Week essay winner, Jessica Moran, representing Hale Middle School FFA chapter, and her advisor, Jessica Jones. They're right here. Additionally, Bailey McGreevy from Braden River High School won the high school division, but is competing in the Soil and Water Conservation Speech Contest tonight, also a Farm City Week event. So I'm going to let Mr. Garrison say a few words.
Just a few.
You, okay.
All right.
Come on,
Thank you,
Ralph.
Kelly.
Okay, let's give him a.
All right. Like
Hey,
you
Ralph.
madam.
Good to
Nice.
see you.
Board members, counselor, Madam Superintendent, it's great to be here with you again and all. You gotta eat, don't you? That's what it's all about. It's the second largest economic engine in Manatee County behind tourism is agriculture. Tomatoes still the king in agriculture. We grow an awful lot of cucumbers and potatoes, surprisingly, in Manatee County. With it, do you know where most of the potatoes go to? Any idea? Trivia question? Anyone out there? Potato chips, that's right. They're smart out there in the audience and everything. Are there any farmers here? Anyone that's involved in agriculture? I saw Charlie had his jeans on tonight and everything, you know. Well, this is a perfect crowd I want to talk to because none of you farm, and let me tell you, it's not easy. Farming ain't for sissies, so they say, and all like that. But in Manatee County, our heritage is built on agriculture, a community that doesn't realize its past heritage has no unity in it. And we're just really happy to be able to receive a proclamation from you all and to celebrate again, as Kelly said, the 62nd year of Farm City Week here in Manatee County. We are doing seafood, and many of you know Captain Scott Moore. He is inducted to the Hall of Fame. And next Tuesday, we're going to have another inductee into the Agriculturalist of the Year, which you all have received invitations. I hope you can join us with that. And so let me just say, there's no unstable is the future of a country that doesn't realize the importance of agriculture. For the soil is very, very dear, and we have some great soil in Manatee County. It starts in the Ruskin area and goes right down the Sarasota County line, and that's why we're able to produce so many vegetables out east. It's that loamy, sandy soil that we have out there and all, and so it's a big, big economic engine. Finally, I'd like to give recognition to Doug Wagner and what he's done with the FFA programs, and with Kelly in particular. She's running them right now, and how important it is. I've never met a bad FFA student. They're wonderful people. They turn and learn and much, much more than just agriculture in their programs and all. It's a far-reaching group of young people that have doors when they graduate from high school, they know where they're going and all. And so it's a great program, and I appreciate you all understanding that and supporting it. Finally, we got Thanksgiving coming up, right? Boy, like that and everything. You know how fast a turkey flies, Watchdog?
Not always fast enough to not land on the Thanksgiving dinner plate.
That's right. That's fast enough that we can kill them. A turkey can fly up to 80 miles an hour. How about that? Who would have guessed? Now, Counselor, they don't fly too far, so we can get them, but they'll travel up to 80 miles an hour. That's amazing and everything. So as we go through Thanksgiving and we enjoy the safe, affordable, abundant foods that we have here in Manatee County, never speak poorly about the farmer if there's food in your mouth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ralph.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
would you like me to read this now? All right. Whereas the prosperity, was I given this because I live in Parish and I have cows in my backyard? Whereas the prosperity and the well-being of citizens of Manatee County are highly dependent upon the cooperation, communication, understanding, and respect between our agricultural producers, whether they harvest the land or the sea, and urban population. And whereas this year's Farm City Week celebration will highlight fresh catch and will spotlight the past, present, and future of Manatee County's seafood industry and working waterfronts. And whereas Manatee County is home to the historic fishing village of Cortez, which is one of the last remaining working waterfronts in the state of Florida. And whereas Manatee County's commercial fishermen land an average of 6 million pounds of wild-caught seafood every year. And whereas Manatee County is home to multiple bivalve, look at that new word for me, shellfish aquaculture farms, which produce hard clams, oysters, and sunray Venus clams. And whereas Manatee County seafood producers continue to provide high-quality products even in the face of challenges presented by red tide, pollution, development, regulation, and foreign competition. And whereas Manatee County seafood industry continues to provide sustainable seafood through wild fisheries and bivalve aquaculture, supporting valuable economic contributions to our county, state, and nation. And whereas Farm City Week provides an opportunity for the general public to better understand the contribution and challenges of commercial seafood producers, the efforts to maintain sustainable, local, and profitable products, and renewed opportunity to support Manatee County seafood industry through the purchase of local seafood. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the School Board of Manatee County that November 9th through 21st, 2019 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Farm City Week, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 12th day of November 2019.
Okay, very well done.
And I also just want to let you know that your usual mugs and information sheets are in the back.
Okay.
Yeah, we couldn't get them up front. We gave each of y'all a pencil too.
Okay.
Like that and all. Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna have
We'll
it.
give this over to Kelly and everything like that.
Okay. You can hold it up there.
Good to see you too. Always good to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have a professional photographer who wants to take a picture.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
I'll tell you, thank you, Ralph.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
You've only been coming for the last 25 years.
At
I
least.
know.
At least.
Yeah. Okay, okay, that's good.
I'll let y'all know what happened to me too, Watchdog, at the middle school where we have the slow teaching, right after the public people got there and everything. What a job they did and everything. And I'm just really pumped up that we have agriculture in West Bradenton again.
Yeah.
You know, that's where we're talking about where so much of it started and everything there. And now we're introducing it again to the urbanites.
Yeah,
out
very good.
there.
Thanks
Thank you.
again, Ralph.
Thanks, Ralph.
Okay.
Okay. We'll see Mr. Garrison again in a year.
Yeah. Might be.
Or later this week.
We have one last presentation, Mr. Chair. It's the 2019 DEA 360 Youth Summit. And this is an actual presentation, so no offense, George, but there will not be a picture after this. But anyway, to talk more about this, I'm introducing the Director of Student Services for the School District of Manatee County, George Schreier. So, George.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Saunders, Chairman Minor. Thank you for having us tonight. We truly appreciate the opportunity. I want to report out to you about a wonderful activity that we engaged in last month for Red Ribbon Week. 100 of our 8th grade students, 50 from Hale, 50 from King, went to Tampa to participate in a DEA 360 Summit. This activity highlights the dangers of opioid, and more importantly, it gives students the tools they need to educate their peers about these dangers when they come back. They had interactive activities, they had speakers, they had breakout sessions. Former NBA players, we were fortunate enough to have Mr. Minor come speak to us. And I would tell you, our students represented us in a very, very wonderful way. They were the best behaved group we had there. There was 5-county participation, and they were far and away the best, the most engaged. What I'd like to do is give the teachers that were there and went through many of the breakout sessions an opportunity to speak and let you know about what their experiences were. It's something that I hope we can do again each year. So with that, come on up, please. I would like to present Angie Ballard and Olivia Simpson from Hale. Olivia Swinson from Hale. Let them speak for a couple minutes. Then we'll bring up John Swire from King. Thank you.
Okay, so we had the privilege of taking 50 of our students. They listened to Randy Grimes, which was one of the NFL football players who was in attendance, and he told his story about how he made the decision to become sober, and one of his lowest points of his life was him crawling the last 40 feet to the hospital emergency room entrance to get the help he needed. And I remember one of my students coming up to me afterwards saying, "Miss Swenson, what do you mean he crawled?" And from what he said, he got out of his taxi and crawled on all fours. And one of my students asked, "Well, how did he get that addicted?" And we explained, well, when you get pummeled every day for your life, job choice, you are prescribed drugs in order to help with pain. And then he just went on a spiral downfall. And he couldn't get himself out until that last moment.
One thing that my students really were able to come back with was, and were very impressed by, was a 17-year-old girl from North Carolina, Trinity Murray, who was able to present and talk about her choices that she has made throughout her life to be able to stay drug-free, and just the effects that the opioid disasters have had for her generation. So it was very good to see for our students and hear her story about how she chose to stay drug-free, and that they do have the power to be able to choose a drug-free life, and that it really does lie with them to make that decision for them.
Okay, thank you. John?
Hi, thank you. Pardon my voice. As they said, the presentation was great. What I thought came back the best, or biggest takeaway, was the conversations they had in the classes when they got back. I can stand in front of kids every day. You can tell them about the dangers of drugs. They're going to listen to part of that. When their classmates come back and talk to them about it, they listen to all of that. So I really appreciate the ties that they made to how people got that far with addiction, starting with basic experimenting with vaping and marijuana. And those conversations were real back in the classroom. So I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Schreier for organizing the opportunity, and to you all for bringing that to our district's attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, it was a wonderful opportunity. once again, our students were just marvelous. That I was overwhelmed by their maturity and their behavior. And I want to thank each and every one of you for giving us that opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, George. Let's go. I have a short comment about this. I was very impressed with the Drug Enforcement Agency. And I usually have thought about, DEA was just busting drug sales and cartels, and it was just an enforcement, type of agency. I guess it's Drug Enforcement Administration. I think it's only been recently they've taken a different option. Maybe they've been doing it for a long time, but it's the first time I've been aware of it. That not just interdicting drugs coming in, but trying to curb the desire for the drugs with students, those who are younger. And this summit was directed toward this. It was put together by the DEA and for 5 counties. We had Hernando, Pasco, Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Manatee. And it was very well run. They asked me to speak for a little bit, and I was honored to do that, about personal responsibility, about when you are dealing with friends, no friend gives another friend drugs. And if someone tries to give you drugs, they're not your friends. And I thought it was a real privilege to represent Manatee County there at this get-together. It was very, very powerful medicine, I think, for all the students there. And I'm thankful for the district allowing this, to allowing us to be part of that. So anyway, thank you all very much. The next thing on our agenda is, help me if I'm wrong here, friends, but public hearing for approval of revisions to Public 2125. So I guess I need to close the regular meeting, okay? And go on to having a public meeting and open the public hearing for the board to hear public comments regarding adoption of revisions to Policy 2125, School Advisory Councils for school improvement and accountability, and answer questions related thereto. And I'm going to hand over the gavel for this public hearing to our vice chair. Has anyone signed up to talk about this public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you.
I'm going to read our public comment rules prior to that. Public comment is not an open forum to discuss matters unrelated to education, to support or oppose candidates for public office, or to engage in commercial speech attempting to sell a service or product to the school board or public. Also, public comment is not an open forum to attack individual school system employees or board members. Any such complaints should be submitted in writing to the superintendent for appropriate handling. Finally, this is not a forum for addressing issues involving individual students. Because of privacy concerns, such issues should be submitted in writing to the superintendent for appropriate handling. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to address the board. Speakers must stand at the podium and not approach the dais. If a speaker has a handout to present to the board, those must be given to the agency clerk for distribution. This is a business meeting of the school board, and the public expects that we conduct it in an orderly, efficient, effective, and dignified manner. We request that speakers keep this in mind when making your comments. We also request that the audience keep that in mind and not demonstrate approval or disapproval of what a speaker has said by clapping or booing. The board appreciates the public's input and will listen attentively, consider each comment, and usually will not respond, enter into debate, or answer questions during comments on agenda items or during the public comments section. And with that, I have one person that has signed up, and that's Mrs. Mendel.
Hi, Bridget Mendel. On October 23rd, there was a SAC chair training session at MTC, and only 13 business days ago, As we walked into the door of the training, we were handed out a blue training booklet, and sure enough, in there was the exact language that you all will be overturning tonight. The booklet clearly states that no SAC in our county can have more than 10 voting members. When I brought up at the meeting that you were voting on this policy on the 12th of November in the auditorium full of principals and SAC chairs, they looked stunned. They had no idea that they would be unable to limit voting membership to 10. This booklet was a waste of tax dollars, and it was meant to confuse parents and principals into believing that this would be district and state policy going forward. It was nowhere on the agenda that you would be overturning this in the next 13 business days. I ask that the training booklets be reprinted, given out to all principals and SAC chairs after this meeting tonight, and I'll be holding the board to this. Even after I explained clearly that the policy would be changed, one principal called out and said he would outright refuse to not add even one more voting member to SAC, regardless of what your vote was. I asked him why he would be willing to violate board policy and deny parents a voice and a vote, and he just shook his head. I asked Dr. Craig and Mrs. Saunders at the end of the meeting, and they said it was his school and he could do whatever he would like. I would hope that every one of you up here would bring this principal to task and assure that the parents of that school that their voices matter. This particular school is one of the most hotly contested in the rezoning issue that directly affects my neighborhood of Greyhawk Landing. The principal had only one resident of Greyhawk Landing on his SAC, and on the, one on the SAC and then one in the rezoning meeting. And her children were no longer going to be at the school next year. Not a single parent from Greyhawk ended up on any of those committees, and nor does a single Greyhawk parent have a voice on the council.
Not about the rezoning.
Oh, okay, so we'll just getting my people, my neighbors, my friends back on the council. This is not in the spirit of the SAC council statute and to the state crafted to improve parent involvement in Florida public schools. My neighbors and my friends have been denied a vote on purpose. You allowed a principal to choose a teacher who would not advocate for Greyhawk on the SAC because she would lose her job. She feared for her job. And she has terrible anxiety from letting our neighbors and friends down, and she has to choose her job first. I hold this board responsible for leaving Greyhawk Landing parents and caregivers in the dark, and now without any way to continue to work for the betterment of the school. Please make sure they get voices on SAC. At the next meeting, maybe you could attend, Reverend Golden, and make sure that this issue is fixed. If you can't make it, maybe you can send another board member in your place. I think you need to look at what happened to my neighbors and my friends because their children deserve better than this, even if they only end up spending 6 months more in that school. Please remember, the School Advisory Council should be the sole body responsible for the final decision-making at the school relating to the implement of state statutes 1001.42 and 1008.3.5. There is no SIP without a SAC. Please make sure
This is a public hearing, so is there anyone else that'd like to come and speak on this specific SAC policy? Okay, well then I will conclude public comment for this public hearing.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair and Messenger. Board discussion. Okay,
You have to close it.
okay, thank you. The public hearing is closed, and now it's time to decide whether or not this board wishes to proceed with the adoption. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend the approval of the revisions to policy 2125, school advisory councils for school improvement and accountability.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Hope and seconded by Board Member Kennedy. Is there discussion? Chair hearing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying nay. There's no nay, it passes 5-0. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing for redistricting. And I'm going to close the regular meeting and open the public hearing for the board to hear public comments on the adoption of amendment to policy 5120, student assignment, and answer questions related thereto. So we're closing the regular meeting. Madam Chair, or Vice Chair, if you would see if there's public comments that are signed up for this.
I just got enough for you. I don't think I need to reread the policy that I just read, so I'm going to start with the list of people that have signed up. But like I said, it's a public hearing, so anyone is welcome to speak, even if they didn't sign up. So I'm going to start with people that did sign up, and first up is Michelle Kramer. And after Michelle Kramer is Bridget Mendel.
All right. Well, I'd like to start by giving a shout out to Don Sauer. He actually sat down with us a couple weeks ago, and it was amazing the transparency that he gave to us Greyhawk residents. We indeed walked out of that meeting still sad, but we had a much better understanding of what was going on. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a little sick right now, so you gotta excuse me. Because of this transparency that he provided with us, we were able to walk out of there with a better understanding because the numbers don't lie. This brings me to my first concern. Committees in the future should always include parents from possible affected communities. I honestly believe if this would have happened, a lot of headache and heartache could have been prevented for both the board and the families of Greyhawk. Mr. Sauer was also able to clearly explain to our current students, that our current students fall under what's called an R21 hardship, and they absolutely would be able to stay, which made us take a big, deep breath, because a lot of us were definitely concerned about that. After we kind of let that sink in a little bit, though, I definitely think that there should be some consideration for special families. There are some families, and I'm going to point out the Micah's family, who's here tonight, who next year will have a 5th grader, a 3rd grader, and an incoming kindergartner. I just am asking for some special consideration for some of those families. I also wanted to touch base on transportation. When Greyhawk was recently rezoned from Hale to Mona Jane, we were given busing for a year for the students that decided to stay at Hale. Is that a possibility for our elementary school? And if so, how do we go about that? As we left our meeting with Don, we kind of, I think my exact words to him was, Greyhawk has become an unfortunate casualty of trying to fix another problem. Which leads me to, when is enough enough? As a community, Greyhawk continually has been bounced around like a ping pong ball, and I honestly think we're done. So what happens from here when Mona Jane and Lakewood Ranch High School need to be rezoned because they are busting at the seams? As a community, we are demanding future stability for our children. My family has been at Gullett for 6 years, my oldest starting in kindergarten, and now she's in the 5th grade. Because of this rezone, my youngest daughter will never experience the school that my husband and I chose for our children to be a part of. She will never be able to experience the funny and reassuring stories her older sisters tell around the dinner table about their days as Gullett Gators. Don't make our families go through this again in the future.
Thank you.
Bridget Mendel, and after Bridget Mendel, Luis Marquez. I still didn't do it. I'm sorry. I've been practicing all night.
Okay, my tact is a little different. I would like to ask that you do not use my neighborhood, Greyhawk Landing, to promote and implement the resegregation of Manatee Elementary School. 2 important facts to consider. Manatee County is still under the federal deseg order. Manatee is also required by law to follow the Florida Consent Decree. The Consent Decree addresses the civil rights of ELL students, foremost among those, the right to equal access to all education programs. That's required by state law. The other is a federal law. By moving my neighborhood to Freedom, you force the students from Central and West Bradenton to be pushed back to Manatee L, forcing it to become a racially and socioeconomically segregated community all over again. You are doing the same to Palmview and Mayaca L. I would ask that you put this vote on hold tonight. At the SAC Chair Committee, I brought up my concerns regarding the resegregation of schools, and Mr. Chapman, our Director of Strategic Planning, wasn't able to answer that, but Ms. Saunders did. She did tell me that that by law, the district is not required to desegregate schools based on race any longer. She said her only constraint was not to segregate based on socioeconomic status. Upon fact-checking, Manatee is not released from federal desegregation law or the consent decree. I would also ask that this board do not do additional research so that my neighborhood is not the cause of a lawsuit to our district. I would like for you to consider what I said about Greyhawk families being denied a vote of membership in their SAC and were denied a seat at the table for the rezoning meetings. They were maliciously left out of the planning on this major change to East County, and this lack of transparency is what this board is supposed to be, more transparency is what you're supposed to be providing for us. As the case report findings are made public, we have to look at the choice between another settlement for the substantiated grade inflation findings or the possibility of us going before a DOA judge to determine the.
Only about rezoning.
I'm asking that you take into consideration the desegregation and consent decree law for this major zoning issue. Diversity is very important to my family, and it is one of the reasons we loved Hale Middle School. The students came in from the 13th Avenue Dream Center and allowed my children to go to a school with a diverse group of learners, not one where every kid who they went to school with looked the same. We have two serious issues, the federal desegregation law and the Florida consent decree. You are resegregating Manatee L for the benefit of your community school. You are moving the Myakka kids, removing the consent decree children out of McNeil, pushing them back out to Myakka, and the Palmview kids are being taken from Buffalo Creek and moved to a K-8 school. Again, segregating 3 schools by race and socioeconomic status, and that's setting us up for a lawsuit. And I do not want my neighborhood to be used as pawns in your efforts. The little side, the snarky, looks out of the sides of your eyes.
This is about rezoning.
I don't believe in segregation, and I don't believe in turning the hands of time back. We had the Highland v. School Board of Manatee situation in 1969. It's time to.
Thank you. All right, Lewis, I'm not gonna try again, I swear. And then Brady Chapman, come on down after Lewis.
I am Louis Micus. Micus, just like it's spelled. I'm gonna try to keep this short and sweet and just, Michelle kind of just hit right on the emotional part of this, so we'd be really impacted. So even though keeping our 2 older kids there, having the third one is really important. Having an incoming kindergarten, keeping the family together should be extremely important consideration. The other part about this that still has not made sense to me is as they're doing this rezoning, is hearing that McNeil is kind of, well, that's off limits. Yet we've got 70, the rezoning from Polo Run and Panther Ridge to McNeil Elementary, or they should consider rezoning those to McNeil. That's roughly 70 students. McNeil will lose 90 back to Myakka, if we're understanding that right. These neighborhoods are 8 miles from Gullet. We're about 4, and they're being zoned to Gullet, and we're being asked to move. So I want to know, basically, or you guys should consider that, is, why are you not moving them to McNeil, and why are they just considered untouchable, and yet with Greyhawk, we're just being bounced around all over the place. So basically all I got.
Thank you.
Micus.
Micus, I wrote it down phonetically now. You won't catch me again. Brady Chapman, and then Jennifer Sammy.
C-H-A-P. Members of the board, Superintendent Saunders, thank you all for listening and being so responsive to our emails, phone calls, and messages. Mr. Sauer, thank you so much for meeting with us. That was enlightening. I want to take my time tonight to just highlight our concerns. First, we'd like all the current students and their siblings to be grandfathered into Gullet. A very, very informal poll of our neighborhood puts a number of families that have a student currently at Gullet with a student not at Gullet and not starting next year at about 15. Well, as 50 families per year are rolling out, there certainly is room for those 15 families to get a hardship into it. It's not a large number. Second, we think that Greyhawk should be provided busing to Gullet. The rezone issue began as a transportation issue, and adding 200 cars to the car rider line at Gullet isn't going to help that problem. Third, we'd like a review and a change in the way this process happens. Greyhawk Landing is the biggest affected community, and yet we had no parent on any one of those committees. Certainly that's not the intent of the guideline. When Mona Jane was rezoned, we had a parent rep, they held meetings, we got communication, we were informed, we gave feedback, and ultimately that transparency and involvement made that move to Mona Jane smooth for everyone. Finally, most important, please leave Greyhawk alone going forward. If the board ultimately decides to zone us to Freedom, leave us at Freedom, Mona Jane, and Lakewood Ranch High School. And I know you like seeing me here as much as I like being here, but let's find a better reason for us to talk about Manatee County Schools. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Jennifer, and then Dawn Russ.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Sammy. I'm representing my husband as well. So we are residents of Greyhawk. We're also proud products of Manatee County Public Schools. And we're the proud parents of a third grader at Gullet as well as an incoming VPK student. After meeting with John a few weeks ago, we now understand why the subcommittees came up with the plan they did to remove our neighborhood, as there was limited solutions to the problem. While we agree with the decision to rezone Greyhawk to Freedom as it's the best long-term solution for Gullet, we do have a couple of considerations going forward. Like Brady said, allowing current Greyhawk students as well as siblings to attend for at least the next school year, if not the year after. There's a lot of movement of families into and out of Greyhawk, and any new students coming in, I do believe those whole families should go to Freedom, but that current families there should be kept together. Also, shrinking Gullet's footprint more than proposed. After looking at the maps that Don provided, Gullet has one of the largest elementary footprints in the county. The Gullet zone, even with Greyhawk removed, is still way too large for the capacity of the school, given the number of undeveloped land and developing neighborhoods in the vicinity. With the six-pack wing that was added last December, further extensions are not feasible for Gullet, as it should be maxed out at the 926 student capacity given the size of the cafeteria and such. We believe that in addition to Greyhawk being removed, other neighborhoods should also be removed, like the ones mentioned, Lakewood National, Polo Run. They're all over 5 miles away, but within 3 to 4 miles of McNeil or Willis. If Gullet zone is not shrunk now, once all of these developing neighborhoods that are on the outer borders, like Woodleaf, Hammock, Savannah, Esplanade, further phases, they're going to be in the same situation we are now. So on behalf of my husband and I just urge you to please amend the current zoning proposal with these recommendations. Thanks for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Dawn Russ, and then Desiree Micas. Boom.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Russ, and I, too, am a Greyhawk Landing resident. First, I wanted to thank each of you, board members and Superintendent Saunders, for your time and attention to particularly our neighborhood and our concerns regarding where our students are placed here in the district. I would also like to personally thank Mr. Sauer for meeting with a few of us residents to answer the questions. Again, I think just as my neighbors have said, I think that we all have a better understanding of what is going on and how you're trying to handle the transportation and needs of our students. I'm just here to, again, support my neighbors and ask that you continue to follow the standard procedures that have come before regarding keeping the current Gullet students at Gullet Elementary School, the R21 students. I'd like to ask that you do allow the current VPK students that are currently planning to go to Gullet to continue to do so and move to kindergarten there, so they can also stay with the teachers and home that they've built for themselves. I would also additionally like to ask that you give first consideration for choice for the younger siblings coming into the school system with older siblings that are currently at Gullet Elementary. And as Mr. Chapman said, please stop moving our Greyhawk students around the neighborhoods and allow us to stay. If Freedom is where you feel that we're best suited, that's fine, but allow us to continue to stay there then. Keep us at Mona Jane Middle School where we're enjoying and thriving, and also at Lakewood Ranch High School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I would first like to say thank you to board members for reaching out to speak with us and responding to our emails over the past month. We now understand that our students will be coded as an R21, a rezoning hardship that can't be revoked or denied. I would also like to say a thank you to Mrs. Saunders for finding the funds to send home the next round of letters in the mail so that our students will not be singled out in front of their classmates. And again, like others had said, thank you to Mr. Sauer for meeting with us and allowing us to see what the committee saw and answering a lot of questions. We have a lot of questions, our group. In looking at the maps and given the numbers and given the schools that the committees were allowed to consider, for us that would be Samoset, Manatee, Bashaw, Freedom, and Gullet, I can see why those on the committee chose to select our neighborhood to move from Gullet. However, I cringe every time a district employee says that this rezone is creating community schools, because for Grayhawk, this couldn't be further from the truth. Our neighborhood has assumed twice, first when we were at Witt and then when we were at Gullet, that we were at our community school, only to be moved out to serve the needs of others. Therefore, I am standing in front of you today in light of the proposed rezoning to ask for some protections and consistency for our families going forward. First, I believe that we should be allowed to hardship siblings then to keep families together. As many have brought up, you guys probably know the makeup of my family right now, but next year I should have a 5th grader, a 3rd grader, and a kindergarten student. As I brought up in a previous board meeting, moving my anxious child for her 5th grade year would be detrimental to her well-being. So this puts me in a difficult situation, choosing between the welfare of one child and the logistics of multiple elementary drop-offs. Secondly, we are currently zoned for Mona Jane Middle School, where my daughter will head in 2 years. But what happens when SUG adds 200 additional seats? What happens when Hale gets the proposed addition and Mona Jane starts to fill up? Will Grayhawk again be asked to move? When my children should be in 8th grade and 6th grade, will they be attending different middle schools? Then what about high school? When does this end? When does Grayhawk get consistent community schools? Lastly, going forward, the policies on how rezoning committees are formed needs to be changed to be more representative of who is being impacted. Grayhawk students make up roughly 1/4 of Gullet's student body, and we were considered one of the pockets and we're on the chopping block, yet we had no parent representation on the committees. While Grayhawk's fate may have been the same, our interests would have been represented, information would have been communicated with us clearly, and you guys would have had a lot less emails.
Thank you. I don't mind the emails. It's a public hearing, so anyone that didn't sign up that would like to come up and speak is welcome to. Is there anyone else that would like to come and speak on this topic? Okay, well then that concludes public comment for this public hearing.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Messenger. All right, we're going to close the public hearing. And now we're at the time to consider whether or not does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, we've split them into the 5 different subgroups. So the first one is stated, I recommend the approval of an amendment to policy 5120, student assignment, based on recommendations of subcommittees A and C concerning irregular pockets of student attendance zones for Manatee Elementary, Bashaw Elementary, Samoset Elementary, Freedom Elementary, and Gullet Elementary.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation concerning 4A, approval approval of an amendment to policy 5120, the student assignment. Is there?
Second.
It's been seconded by Vice Chair Messenger. Is there discussion? Okay, Vice Chair Messenger.
A few different things that I've talked to the superintendent about, and it's kind of been brought up tonight, and like to get, hopefully, the board to agree that, and I think this comes from a place of having a little girl that will be an incoming kindergartner at another local school that, to me, as a parent, I would have imagined my children all going to the same school and everything else. And to me, I think we should grandfather in at least the first year of siblings, because choice opens up next month. I think that's very difficult for people to even figure out what they want to do in a very short amount of time. And so to me, I think it's the right thing to do, to grandfather in siblings for the first year. And then hopefully as time moves on, that would kind of, as we continue to look at zoning, offer more availability to, if there are siblings further along, that perhaps there would even be space for them. And I wanted to make one other comment. Somebody mentioned McNeil, and I believe there's a plan to kind of work with McNeil next year on zoning.
Can I, Chair Minor?
Okay,
I'm just looking for affirmation.
Okay, let's go into that. Chair recognizes superintendent for clarification.
Okay, two things. I want to make sure I understood what you're recommending. You're recommending first year grandfathered in any incoming VPK if they have siblings at the school, and then after that, any siblings have first choice availability if they have a sibling at the school with space being allowed.
Absolutely.
Okay. The second one, and some of the members or some of the attendees did mention this, we still have 2 pockets in the elementary zoning that we have not done yet. They will be looked at next year. One is Willis, and then one is the Anna Maria Southwest pocket. So it could be that some will be cleaned up or changed a little bit in that other pocket. It was not on this first run for a couple of reasons, but that will be looked at next year.
Thank you. I was going to say, there is a really valid point that the zoning of Gullet is very big.
Right.
And it's just growing like wildflowers out there. And so, it's, the only other thing I wanted to say is I wanted to thank Don Sauer, as everyone else has, for showing the transparency that the school district of Manatee County is working to achieve. And I really appreciate you meeting with everybody. So thank you.
Okay, Chair recognizes Board Member Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I particularly wanted to address 4A because there is some concern about the resegregation of schools as a consequence of the kind of zoning that we're going through. And one of the representations that was made was that there was no longer a decree binding Manatee County schools, either federal or at the state level. The actual issue is that the federal statutes or the federal cases required pre-clearance of proposed zoning changes. And it is the pre-clearance requirement that was removed. And so instead of getting a pre-clearance before we put into effect the changes that would be proposed for zoning, we no longer have to do that. The rationale was because of the change in the federal statutes regarding civil rights, that we would no longer be bound by trying to achieve racial balance in a school that paralleled the geographical or the demographic balance in a particular community. So that's all that was changed. And quite honestly, I don't mind going on record as saying, to me, that's not a bad thing, because quite frankly, the schools have never been desegregated, either sui generis or de facto. They have simply been using schools in pockets to try to meet the mandatory federal requirements. In terms of a true neighborhood school. What I would wish that we would put our efforts into is making sure that every school offers the opportunity for every child to receive the same quality of education. Instead of dancing around the issue by trying to move children, I'm hopeful that this is the first step in the right direction of leaving children where they are best suited in terms of the context of the other parts of their lives, and making the commitment necessary to make sure that all schools, any school, has the benefits that are going to be given to Manatee Elementary, since that's the name of the school that was called. Those children going to that school are going to have not only a better opportunity at educational aspects of their lives, but they are going to receive the benefits of a community school. So what I think, quite honestly, is that we need to have a community school at Freedom, because they don't have that there. And they don't have it at a lot of the other schools. So I don't want us to mix apples and oranges here. Don't get it twisted. This has nothing to do with segregation, desegregation. The fact of the matter is that Manatee County, along with many other counties in Florida and many other counties across the country, north and south, have never solved the problem of racially identifiable schools. And so I don't think we ought to not do this good thing that we can do because of some bad thing that might happen that we've never done. And so I just want to say that I will be supportive of this zoning, particularly in light of the fact that the biggest bone of contention seemed to have been with the parents at the Greyhawk subdivision. So I want to be supportive of that, and I agree. We will not be moving your children anymore. That's no more right, moving your children, than it was right to move the children 20 years ago from Manatee Elementary to create the pocket to begin with. So,
Well, thank you, Board Member Golden. And I think what you're speaking of is reflective of this district's, policy, and one reason why Manatee L is becoming a community school, and why, Palmview is going to be a terrific school as well, and we're going to have dual language schools to make them more attractive and better schools that anyone would want to, go into if there's room. And that's a better way to combat segregation, if you will, is to make it a terrific schools, and that's what we're doing. That's been the policy of this board, for the last 2 years, and that's the direction we're taking. Okay, any other discussion? Board Member Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to drill down a little bit into two items that were brought up during public comment. The first is the number of students, and Don, I think I'm going to need you in a second. Number one, is this, because my take on the board's action is to create the attendance zone. Is it the board's place to say, well, we want these students to stay there? And I mean, obviously, Mr. Sauer has worked out the code for the students that are Greyhawk Landing, kids that are at Gullet, and they can stay, and I think that's a great thing. But what I want to get at is the kindergartners, or excuse me, the pre-K, or where you've got a third or fourth sibling, or a second or third sibling who's not enrolled there, and because I do think that does put a hardship on the family that we need to be sensitive to. So I guess my first question is, number one, is that really an action that the board can take to carve out a small number of kids to say we want to treat them differently? And then my second question on that is, how many kids are we talking about that fall into that category?
VPK.
You have a good enough voice to do it from back there.
The chair recognizes Mr. Sauer for clarification. Okay.
Unfortunately, with VPK, only portions of those are counted by our district so that we know who they are and what areas they're going to. Many VPKs are in private institutions or places of business that I have no idea of being able to get. So I can't really answer that. I could drill down tomorrow when I get into the system again and look at how many VPK students would be in that Greyhawk area and come up with that. Now I do believe somebody said that they took a very informal poll of their neighborhood, and I think that the number was 15. Is that correct? I tried to listen.
Okay.
So,
A rumor circulating, it's about 15. Okay.
yeah.
So maybe 15, no, we'll say 20, I guess a little high.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a manageable number. And then, Don, this is in your department, but Brady brought up the point about, since we do have these families that are staying, and if I'm understanding correctly now, Greyhawk Landing, what's the code? R21, I'm sorry.
Okay, the codes, just a little clarification.
please,
The
yeah.
codes are state codes. They're not my codes, they're
Oh,
not the
yeah,
district
sure.
codes, okay? A choice is what I call a C code, a hardship is an H code, and a redistricted is an R code. And there's differences that each one of those codes have. So that when we redistrict children, then we give them that code, and we continue to treat those as zoned students. They're not up for revocation. If any of these families wanted to go to the choice code, they can do that. I can do that for them. But then they fall under the auspice of the choice procedures, where if there's a tardy issue or if there's an absent issue or a discipline issue, then they can be revoked and then have to go to their zone school.
And they also don't get transportation.
Well, I won't say that, because in our choice, if it's in the same cluster, then they would be what we call hub transportation. There'll be a certain location that a parent could drop a student off and catch that bus to the clustered school that they were a part of. With redistricted, because this was all done and it was mentioned all throughout the process that there would be no transportation because we were fixing transportation. There's a difference. We are guaranteeing that they stay at that school for the life of in this particular case, the 5th grade, until they go to the next level. That was always with that auspice of no transportation, which is part of that redistricted. If they do want the transportation, I can change them to a choice. But what they do is they give up that guarantee that they will stay through the 5th grade unless they have an issue. Then they could be revoked.
Okay, that helps a lot, thank you.
Okay, Board Member Hopes.
So I think kind of in line to Mr. Kennedy's comments, perhaps however we account for these students, specifically in Greyhawk, perhaps we have a place on the form or in the database where we can look at the birth date of younger siblings so that we kind of have it in our system. We can sort of anticipate when they'll age in to wanting to choose to be with their siblings.
If they put it on the form that they have a sibling there, and we're going all online this year with.
Well, so what I'm saying is that they know if they got a 1-year-old at home, and hopefully in 4 years they're going to be in kindergarten. So if perhaps we can collect that data as we're, building this.
Yeah, if we have access to it, yes, we can.
Okay.
Okay, the chair recognizes the Superintendent Saunders.
I just wanted to be clear, the statements and the issues and the allowances we're providing to Greyhawk are applicable to every school. So any of the rezone will be treated exactly the same way. It's not just a Gullet or Greyhawk issue. So any student that was zoned at a school is allowed to remain there for their duration. In addition, if they're rezoned, they can choice to a school in their cluster. And part of this really does help, maybe not in the Greyhawk situation, but in one of these others that we're gonna talk about. When we have zoned them a great distance from their home, Manatee to Freedom, then their choices are in that Freedom cluster versus their Manatee cluster. So it does make it very difficult for parents to participate, or the students to participate in extracurricular activities. So once we have rezoned, they're still able to choice within a multitude of options because choice is available for all students for the district. So I just wanted to make sure that point was noted, that this isn't just for Gullet and Greyhawk. It is applicable for all the students involved.
Okay. Any other board comments?
Yeah, because I,
Okay, Board Member Golden?
yes, when we talk about choice, I mean, what choice do I have if I am zoned to Manatee Elementary School? If I live in that particular neighborhood and I want to be a part of the orchestra at Freedom? I mean, there is no orchestra at Manatee Elementary. That's,
Will be
There
next
will be,
year,
there will be.
because they're fine arts.
well, there hasn't been an orchestra at Manatee Elementary for the last
Try
20 years.
automotive technology or something.
Yeah, the last 20 years. No, I know what I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about is the fact that we keep making up solutions that do not fit the reality of the people who are most hurt by them. That's where I see this heading. And I'm wanting to be a part of developing a solution for zoning of our schools in Manatee County that does not continually take out its worst aspects on the people who can least, or who will be least accommodated. Now, the reality, maybe I'm wrong, but the reality of what I'm seeing here is the fact that we have allowed growth to come to the eastern part of this county, and that we have not seriously considered how to manage that growth in such a way that it does not leave many of our schools in the western part half vacant, and most of our schools in the eastern part overcrowded. That's the real problem. And we need to be honest about how we're going to address that, notwithstanding whether it results in some schools being increased demographically by racial lines, or whether it requires some parents to wait longer in lines for their child to go to the school because that's when they choiced to. But in any event, we don't want to wind up having another generation of education take place in Manatee County that does not at least make an attempt to accommodate most of the children fairly and equitably. Now, I just don't see how we can not say we've not had this before. Let's be honest about that. This is our first stab at trying to come up with a serious rezoning commitment not predicated on any particular interest group, but that we're really trying to do what's in the best interest of all of the children. Now, is that where I think we are committed to trying to move with not only this one, but with the others? Because I'm focusing on this one because this one seems to be the one that has the racial dimension to it. And I don't want us to leave out of here anybody thinking that black children in this county have gotten another short deal. But I don't also want the Greyhawk residents to be the new black people.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Golden. Are there any other board comments? Vice Chair Messenger.
I'm just looking for confirmation from the board or from the district, or if I need to make an additional motion so that we can all agree that grandfathered in the incoming kindergartners for the 2020-2021 school year, and giving preference, you said it so much more eloquently than me, giving preference to the students that have siblings in the school that are coded
R 21.
21. Look at, I learned something else new tonight. R21.
Second that motion.
That's our understanding.
Okay.
Second the motion.
Well, right now we have on the table
You're right.
a motion that has been made and seconded to approve the superintendent's recommendation that follows the recommendations of subcommittees A and C. And that's the motion on the table. Now, my understanding is that Vice Chair Messenger would like to amend that motion to provide that it also include allowing siblings of those that would be allowed to continue at Gullet, who are the siblings who are presently in pre-K to, in the year 2021, be allowed to matriculate at Gullet. That would be the change in the student assignment. No? Okay, please say out.
Just one tweak.
Yes.
Not current pre-K. There might be kids that are not in pre-K, but are incoming kindergartners in the 2020-2021 school year. I don't want to
Oh,
specify
okay.
necessarily pre-K because they may not be in pre-K at all, we don't know, but they are incoming kindergartners.
I see that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, okay. Let me repeat it, that Vice Chair Messenger is to amend the motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation to provide that siblings who in the next school year would be incoming kindergarten students that are siblings, that have siblings already at Gullet, would be allowed to be students at Gullet as well. Now, the incoming kindergartners would be allowed to be assigned to Gullet if they have a older sibling that, by the motion would be assigned to Gullet.
And preference to any children, siblings thereafter, that are kids that are zoned or coded
I understand.
R21.
We understand.
Yeah.
I don't know about preference, but I mean,
I'll second that.
yeah, that they would be allowed to matriculate, and be enrolled at Gullet. This, we're talking about incoming kindergartners for the 2021 year who have siblings at Gullet would be allowed to matriculate and be at Gullet as well.
And preference to siblings, as Mr. Golden has seconded that motion.
Yes.
If you don't like my motion, you don't have to vote for it. I'm just saying that's,
I'm trying to understand it. What does preference have to do with it?
if they apply for choice, that they would be given the opportunity to be selected if there are spaces available.
There you go. If there are spaces available.
If there are
Okay.
not spaces available, then if there's
Okay.
not spaces available, but if there are spaces available, which hopefully in the next couple of years, as we continue to rezone, that will improve.
Our procedures allow for that. Our procedures are that if a school is not over capacity, then they are guaranteed siblings. In this particular case, that you're talking about for next year is the kindergartners coming in. If we have the flow of students that even out and Gullet goes under capacity, then siblings will be guaranteed because that's our district procedure. So they will be taken care of, just as any student at any other school, as long as there's capacity.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, just a sec. Okay, so it's not automatic. There has to be space available, and Vice Chair's messenger is saying they would be, the 2021 kindergartners would be given, who are, have siblings at Gullet, would be given preference, for admission to No, okay, she's saying that's, why don't you go ahead and word it again, because I don't understand it, obviously.
Okay, let's say I'm Mr. and Mrs.
No, please give the wording for the motion to amend.
Mike is. I had to look that up again. I did it, see?
I might have something to contribute to this conversation.
They-
Yes, sir, okay, let her do it, it's her motion, all
You
right?
said it like 3 times and you still don't understand.
Okay, thank you very much. You're out of
Wait,
order,
g-
Mr.
Give
Holt.
me a moment.
No, I'm not gonna give it to you.
Would
Please
they
say it.
be a R21?
I'm sorry, sir, you're out of order.
No, Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry.
I can't even express it.
Okay, then don't. Now, will you please go ahead?
My point is, they have older siblings that are already in the school, older children that are already in the school. They have one that's coming up in the school. That child that is pre-K aged, that will be in kindergarten next year, they would automatically be allowed, just like any other parent that has a kindergartner that is pre-K age that will be in kindergarten next year. That is not preference. That would be guaranteed in my motion. To me, that is the only fair thing to do for parents that are in that situation, haven't been given a whole lot of time to even deal with how this is going to repercuss in their family. However, in the following year, after the 2021 school year, I believe that we should offer preference, and it sounds like that's part of the policy anyways, that it would be guaranteed if the numbers become low enough, and that's certainly the hope and the goal here, so that choice would be available. So what I'm saying is it'd be guaranteed for the first year and then preference for the years after that.
Okay,
I hope I explained that better.
that's fine. Thank you. Mr. Hopes?
Would it be that if these incoming kindergartners who are not yet in the system, if they were coded in R21, would that provide them those preferences and privileges to go to Gullet if they were coded in R21?
Incoming kindergartners.
Incoming kindergarten.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So in essence, the older sibling in the 3rd grade is automatically going to be in R21. They're in our system and they've been redistricted. And so if that incoming kindergartner, who will be enrolling whenever we have that enrollment, if they were categorized by the state code of an R21, they would receive the same preferences that their older sibling has to stay at Gullet, correct? Okay, so is there a way, do we need to do anything so that those incoming kindergartners will be coded to R21? No. So they will be coded in R21 and they will have the same rights and privileges and preferences that their older sibling has?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Do you understand that, Mr. Chairman?
I would like the clerk to read back the motion for the benefit of the audience and the chair. Now, is there, I understand that Mr. Hopes has seconded the board.
say it, but it is doctor.
Well, it's Dr. Minor, who's had a doctorate longer than you ever had. Now,
Bar has an objection to that.
okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Would the clerk please read back the clerk's understanding of the motion by Vice Chair Messenger, please?
Motion to amend the current motion to include the grandfathering in of siblings for the 2020-2021 school year and giving preference beginning in 2021-2022 school year to the students with the R21 coding.
Okay, now, Board Member Golden, do you have my understanding is that motion has been made and seconded, and now we're discussing that. And Board Member Golden, you have some comment regarding that motion?
No, sir, I move that we call the question.
Okay. Is there any discussion about that? Okay.
I did have a question about transportation.
Well, does it pertain to this?
It does. I just want to clarify for the parents who are in the room. I apologize, everybody. Just give me 30 seconds to ask one more question.
Sure, go ahead.
Jesus. Just make it real clear for the families involved here that transportation is still provided, whether they're an R code or a C code.
That is not correct.
No, okay.
R, like I said, was redistricted, which came with no transportation. If they want transportation, I will be happy to move them to a choice code, which Gullet is in that cluster, and I will make that happen.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Okay, the question has been called on Vice Chair Messenger's motion to amend a motion that was made to approve the superintendent's recommendation. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The Vice Chair Messenger's motion has been approved. Now, that amends the original motion. Now, the original motion as amended, is there any further discussion concerning that? The chair hearing none will call that question. All those in favor of the amended motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. It passes 5-0 unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, that's out of order. You heard the rules. There's no plowing or boring or stuff like that. This is a business meeting. Now, does the superintendent have a recommendation regarding 4B?
Yes, I recommend the approval of an amendment to policy 5120, student assignment based on recommendations of subcommittees A, B, and C concerning irregular pockets of student attendance zones for Palmetto Elementary, Miller Elementary, Homasola Elementary, and Stewart Elementary.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Hopes, seconded by Vice Chair Messenger. Is there any discussion? Chair hearing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor of the Board Member Hopes motion that's been seconded by Vice Chair Messenger to approve the superintendent's recommendation concerning 4B, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, indicate nay. Hearing no nays, it passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We'll go on to 4C. Does the superintendent have a recommendation concerning the amendment to policy 4C portion of to amendment of policy 5120?
Yes, I recommend approval of an amendment to policy 5120, student assignment based on recommendations of subcommittees A and C concerning irregular pockets of student attendance zone for Daughtry Elementary, Braden River Elementary, and Terra Elementary.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Hopes and seconded by Board Member Golden to approve the superintendent's recommendation. All those in favor, is there discussion? Chair hearing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor of approving the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, indicate by saying nay. It passes 5-0 unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll go on to 4D. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend approval of an amendment to policy 5120, student assignment based on recommendations of subcommittees A, B, and C concerning irregular pockets of student attendance zones for Myakka Elementary and McNeil Elementary.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Golden, and seconded by Vice Chair Messenger to approve the superintendent's recommendation. Is there any discussion? Chair hearing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation regarding 4D, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, indicate by saying nay. There are no nays. It passes 5-0 unanimously. We'll go on to 4E. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend approval of an amendment to policy 5120, student assignment based on recommendations of subcommittees A, B, and C concerning irregular pockets of student attendance zones for King Middle and Braden River Middle School.
So moved.
It's been moved by Board Member Hopes.
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Vice Chair Messenger. All those in favor, is there discussion? Chair hearing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation regarding 4E, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed indicate by saying nay. Hearing none, this motion is approved unanimously, 5-0. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is approval of minutes. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend the approval of the minutes from October 22, 2019 workshop and shade meeting and regular meeting.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
It's been moved by Board Member Kennedy. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's seconded by Vice Chair Messenger. And is there discussion? Chair hearing none, Chair will call the question. All those in favor of approving Board Member Kennedy's motion, seconded by Vice Chair Messenger, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, indicate nay. Hearing none, it passes 5-0 unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item is concerning school board regular meeting on October 22 at 5:45. Is there school board regular meeting? Is there a recommendation of the superintendent concerning that? Or is that's already been approved, I guess?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Consent items. Is there a motion, does the superintendent have a recommendation regarding the consent items?
Yes, I recommend approval of the consent agenda for November 12th, 2019.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to? Yeah,
We haven't gotten to that point yet.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
okay,
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Kennedy, seconded by Vice Chair Messenger, to approve the consent item. Now, is there discussion or is there public comment?
Yes, there's
Okay, we'll have public comment. Apparently there is.
Mr. Gibellina, come on down. After Mr. Gibellina is Mrs. Mendel.
We're on future agenda items, correct?
No, this is the consent agenda.
Okay, so we're gonna get around to future agenda items.
You can talk about that during general public comment section.
Okay.
But this is only on consent agenda items right now.
Okay, so, item 19, first for the record, Glenn Gibellina, community activist. Item 19, which was the re-roofing of Harley Middle School. So here's my question. It came in, correct me if I'm wrong, $116,000 under budget. So we have those monies, correct? That would generally go into the general fund. Let's keep that money at the school, since it's already been earmarked on the $2.3 million budget of it. Instead of putting it back in the general fund, I would suggest that we install solar panels. We've got the money. Let's keep it at the school. You can get approximately 200 panels with that money, 60,000 watts of power. And I think that money should, since it's already been earmarked there, to stay there. I think it'd be a good demonstration project. You're putting on a new roof anyways. It would be better well used at that school and moving in the right direction of getting affordable solar. So that's my 2 cents on that. The other item is number 22, which is Robbins Apartments. Outstanding. So the executive summary was that the impact fee should be greatly reduced. This is a no-brainer. This is great. That went from $3,502 to $138. That was done with a stroke of a pen. Robbins Apartments, resolution, we've talked about it before. Just make it for all affordable housing. You're doing it for hundreds of apartments. let's do it for hundreds of housing that could be affordable. So I really like that. And I think that, you know, that independent study justifies the downward modification. You know how I feel about the flat fee for affordable housing at $7,228 for each and every house, regardless of price or size. That has to be looked at. I had a nice meeting before. Hopefully we can get another survey done that best suits the citizens and affordable housing folks in our community, instead of paying these outrageous prices of $7,000 per affordable house. That's why nobody's building them, because they're not affordable. So what else can I talk about? Oh, future agenda, but that's later, okay? Overhead projector, one of my things. Well, I'll come back and talk about that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, Board Member Golden?
Yes. When would I be able to ask Mr. Gibolino about the numbers that he presented here tonight?
After the meeting.
Okay. All right.
Go on down.
Okay, I'd like to speak on number 24, approval of the reports of teachers for the out-of-field content and teachers out-of-field in ESOL. 300 teachers out-of-field in ESOL. In all the years I've been monitoring this data, this is the most troubling. I have never seen that many before. There are many teachers who are on that list who are working in schools where the dominant language is not English. We provide 0 bilingual services for these children, and now they don't even have teachers properly trained and credentialed to work with the unique learning differences of an ESOL child. But this is much worse. 140 teachers out of field in reading, math, ASD, ESC, learning disabilities, biology, pre-K primary, pre-K disabilities, elementary ed, media specialists, engineering and tech, business ed, phys ed, art, middle grades general science, middle grades math, pre-K disabilities, health, music, Spanish, photography, French. That's a small summary of the list. Here is where I give a big shout out to Dr. Green. Dr. Green was much more transparent when she identified the out-of-field teachers to taxpayers. On her spreadsheets, she had the name of the teacher, the job she hired them for, and the field that they were actually certified in. So you knew just how far a teacher was out of field. This allowed parents back in the day to be able to see just how far out of field the child's teacher was. It helped us to make better choices for our children. This is the second year you chose to hide this information from taxpayers, and all we can do is go into year 2 making our best guesses. Here are the hoops taxpayers have to jump through to get the information about that is rightfully ours. We start with the list and we see a teacher hired to say work at Lakewood Ranch High School, but they're only certified in elementary ed. This teacher is clearly far out of field. We see a teacher at Johnson, K-8, who's certified in pre-K disabilities. You have a middle grades child at Johnson and ESE, and you have to track back to see if your child is out of field. We can ask our teachers by putting them in uncomfortable situations, or we can ask the principals, who often don't want us to know how far out of field our teachers are either. Just give us the information up front, which is what the taxpayers have been requesting for years now. There is research that shows that when a teacher is far out of field, turnover rates are much higher. These teachers have 1 year to pass a field certification test in the field they were hired in, or they can be let go. We have enough turnover in this county. We do not need any more, and we should try to limit it as much as possible. I ask that this board carefully scrutinize these hires just to see how far out of field they are. You may be offering top salary to new teachers, but now we're hiring them and they're not even certified in the field we're paying them. We want the same report with the same transparency Dr. Green offered. Get your hands dirty, board members. Start asking the hard questions. This is not how we provide a top-tier education to the children of Manatee County, especially when all you care about are their test scores. Being out of field in a core curriculum class is a recipe and a disaster for your district grade and your test scores. We'll be encouraging families of children who have core curriculum teachers out of field to opt out, especially the kids in high school who want to take the advanced classes, but you don't let them because you need a test score. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. Board discussion concerning the consent agenda. Vice Chair Messenger?
I know we don't normally talk about consent, but I'm looking for a response, because when I was in the classroom, if there was a teacher that was teaching ESOL out of field, a letter was sent home with each child legally. so that the parents are notified?
Each school has proper notification that they have to do. This is just also required for board. The state also changed the length of time teachers now have this year to pass their certification test. They've extended it because there is a teacher shortage in the state of Florida.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're out of order. You're gonna be asked to leave, ma'am. Go. You know the rules. Okay, consider this a warning. Thank you. Now, yes, sir, board member.
Is there
Golden.
anyone, since we are talking about the consent agenda, is there anyone that could tell me what the savings would be with respect to 60,000 watts of electricity if we were to purchase $100 and some odd thousand worth of solar panels? Does anybody know the answer to that?
Nobody's sitting in the room.
Okay.
I just think that's important since it was brought up.
I can get the information.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion concerning the consent agenda recommended by the superintendent? Chair hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda recommended by the superintendent, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. It passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you very much. Now, the next item is new business discussion, items pulled from consent. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend approval to purchase legal services through Bentley and Bruning, PA, not to exceed $15,000.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation?
So moved.
Okay, so it's been moved by Vice Chair Messenger, seconded by Board Member Hopes. Is there discussion?
No, wasn't me. Wasn't I.
No, excuse me, Board Member Golden, is second.
It's all right, we get confused.
You don't trade names? Okay,
No,
all right. Okay, it's been moved by Vice Chair Messenger, it's seconded by Board Member Golden. Is there discussion?
There's public comment.
There's public comment, okay.
Mr. Hoover, come on down.
Good evening. The voters of Manatee County voted for Resolution 2017-3. And it was concerning single-member districts. The ballot, on the ballot, it said as described in said resolution. We all know that. And it said beginning in 2022, districts 1 and 3 will be single member. Next year is 2020. It's very clear. And it's concerning that somebody, I would suspect it's you, but I don't know that for sure, wants to spend up to $15,000 on legal fees. Now, I'm willing to bet that Mr. Dye here could probably answer that pretty quickly. It's very clear. 15 grand at $225 an hour is 66 legal hours. That's crazy. Don't waste taxpayer money. We know what it says. That's what the voters voted on. It's very clear. Accept it. And since we're on attorney's fees, I think all the board members should look at all attorney's fees on everything. Since you're going to vote on this one tonight, I urge you to vote no. You're an attorney. You could probably figure this out real easy, but you have an attorney right here. Save the money. Save the money. It's a waste. So it's your responsibility. You guys have a fiduciary duty to the taxpayers and to the people of Manatee County to spend your money prudently. This would be a waste of taxpayer money. We know what the resolution says. The voters voted on it. There's no other way. But save the money and ask your esteemed colleague right here. So, and you can call me doctor too. since we all have JDs, it's not a issue that needs to be hired outside counsel for. So I ask you to vote no. Don't waste our money. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Messenger. Discussion. Is there any discussion? Okay, I'm gonna ask, call on, well, the Vice Chair has made the motion, so you have the privilege of first discussing it, and then we'll go to Mr. Board Member Kennedy. Is that okay? Would you?
Does
okay.
not matter to me which
Okay.
order we go.
Okay, you're up.
I actually wholeheartedly agree with what Mr. Hoover has said. And I asked Mr. Dye to write a letter, and I tried to stay out of it, obviously, for obvious reasons, and say, you do it. And my understanding, and I could be totally misled, my understanding was that this was a request by the supervisor of elections to hire this attorney. But as I said, I could have been totally misled about that. And if that is not accurate, then I am not in favor of this.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Messenger. Board Member Kennedy.
Thank you. I am not in favor of this simply because I don't believe we need to hire anybody, because the language that is in the resolution and the language that was on the ballot is pretty clear. There's a little bit of confusion between the two documents, but my reading of either one of them, and I'm not a lawyer, but it's pretty clear that the first single-member district elections would be in 2022, and then in 2024 for the other members who are up in 2024. The only way a single-member election could take place is if there was a vacancy created before the 2020 election. And that was, if you remember, we did it that way because the board members who put that on the ballot in 2017, I think it was late 2017, we didn't want any of the members on the board at that time to have their next election be suddenly changed on them midstream. So thus the 2022 date being farther out. So I'm a no on this. I don't think we need to spend $15,000 on what's already obvious. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Kennedy. Board Member Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As has been pointed out, I am an attorney, and I've read the resolution, and it's my understanding that there was probably another attorney that wrote this or had a part to play in drafting the language, and it was vetted, it was put on the ballot. The people, some of whom were attorneys, read it and supported it, and now what we're being asked to do is to second guess. And I seconded this motion because I want to lay this to rest. It's pretty clear that single-member district elections will first take place in the year 2022. What 2020 says is that the resolution or the ballot initiative could not take effect before then, which is consistent with what Mr. Kennedy said. They did not want to impact anybody who was on the board at that time. And so I'm just not quite so sure. And I don't know whether Mr. Supervisor of Elections, what's his name?
Senator Bennett.
Yeah, Senator Bennett. I don't know whether he recommended this or not. He's not a lawyer, so maybe that might have been why he did it. I'm just not quite so sure why we need $15,000 to get a legal opinion about what the voters have clearly, are we saying that all those voters were misled and maybe they were mistaken? I don't think so. I'm not quite so sure why there's this issue now of whether it is single member or countywide, but I think it's clear enough that we don't have to spend $15,000 for this. Maybe we could buy some more solar panels or something. I don't know, to deal with that issue, but this is not good. And I'm glad it's in the open, so we don't have to keep murmuring and whispering about it. It's out here in front for everybody.
Board Member Hopes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree. I will tell you that I spoke with Senator Bennett, the supervisor of elections, a number of times about this. And if you recall my very last statement at my very last meeting as chairman last year, I pointed out that that's when this would go into effect, unless there were a vacancy that occurred where someone had to come up in any district in the election in 2020. And I did speak with Mr. Bennett about the issue of hiring an attorney, and his response to me said it would be just as easy to send this to the Secretary of State, and if anyone has any questions, they can interpret it. It's pretty clear. And his comment was that whoever he had spoken to didn't want to wait for the Secretary of State, that it would happen quicker if he gave it to an attorney who could read us and tell. Each one of us has at least one college degree, and there are four attorneys, and I think you're all members of the bar, who can read this, and it's pretty clear that it technically goes into effect in the election of 2020, but the implementation of it as spelled out by the board, which Reverend Golden and I were not on the board at the time, clearly spells out which seats will be elected as single-member representation in what years. So I too do not believe we need to spend the taxpayers' money to tell us what is in very plain English and in black and white. So I will be voting no. And if any individual or a candidate or whatever wants to question it, they can go hire their own attorney and get the opinion. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be voting no.
Thank you, Board Member Hopes. Madam Superintendent, this is your recommendation to approve this. Can you, share with us the reasoning for having it approved?
Yes, sir. There were questions, I believe, even at board meetings. There was some confusion with some folks, including, I think there was something posted on the election website that indicated this was the first cycle of single-member district.
Wait, excuse me, when you say this cycle, can you clarify that for us?
2020.
2020, okay.
So that's my understanding. So there was some confusion, and we could never get a written document that specified which one. Many of us read it and interpreted as 2022, and some interpreted it as this next year.
When you say could never get a written document, are you talking about from the Secretary of State or from?
Well, I didn't go that far. I did call the supervisor of election, and I asked him if he ruled on the resolution. And of course, his statement was they're not lawyers in that capacity. They do not. They could send it to the state for interpretation if we had any doubt, but he wasn't certain how long that would take. Since next year is an election, I did ask him who they used for guidance for any legal interpretation, and he recommended this firm. That's who they do use for any outside clarification, especially since it was written, a number of years ago, I believe with our board and our board attorney at the time. And he said if we want to get an unbiased third-party opinion, that would be the quickest way to do it. So therefore, that's why I brought it before the board today, for the board to decide what do we want to do, because we do need clarity for the community, the voters, anyone interested in, is it a general election or single-member district? So we just need clear guidance.
Thank you very much. It appears to me that in this two-page resolution, that the language on first page and the second page sort of muddy each other up. That is how I see it. Now, everybody who reads it is entitled to see it, their way and differently, or agree. The importance of it is significant. Someone who feels that they are injured by an interpretation that the elections next year should be, single-member district. And the sense here, from what I've heard, is that, well, everybody who, any election next year, should be, by, countywide. And because I think, someone mentioned, it becomes effective but not implemented until 2022. But when there's confusion, it attracts lawsuits. Someone says, sues the supervisor of elections, sues the school board, that it's not going about it the right way. And that, I think, my analysis that I'm giving is what I believe that the supervisor of election, feels, okay, was there, in drafting this, was there, some confusion about what happened? Now, I was there. Mr. Kennedy was there. I think we're the only two board members who voted on this, back then. And how carefully did we examine, the resolution? Does the resolution really reflect the intended intentions of the board at that time? Well, I guess it's probably presumed that, but there's space for possible argument. And the supervisor of elections is not going to, as expressed, if I understand the superintendent, he's not going to take a position on this. And his response, if I understood the superintendent's election, was if you have questions like this, go to independent counsel to look at it and get their opinion, which might agree with the voices that we've heard here tonight, or they may say, well, it's ambiguous. If it's ambiguous, then the idea is you go to court and ask for some declaratory judgment and have a judge decide. The importance of that is you want everybody to clearly understand and have some judicial determination as to what it means to avoid further litigation, investment of time. It makes it really clear to anyone thinking about running for the positions. You have some definitive answer, and that's what I think that our supervisor of election had in mind. And the superintendent can disagree with that or confirm it or what. But the idea is to invest up to $15,000 with independent review of attorneys outside of this board to say, well, this is our opinion, and we go with that, and it's their opinion on the line, and it may be they also say, I think this is something that should be determined by the judiciary, and so then I think you would probably suggest getting a judicial opinion, and that would back up how we proceed, and people can rely upon it. Now, I think that's the background. I think I've heard 4 people express that they don't think it's worthwhile. Board Member Golden, you have some further comments on that?
Yes, I do,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. First, two issues. Number one, the language of this particular resolution was adopted by less than a majority of the board that is sitting here right now. Only two of you voted on that after another attorney, I don't know whether it's the same firm or not, made a determination that that language was sufficient. Unlike the Supreme Court dealing with amendments to the Constitution, they didn't have to go get judicial review at this level. So it passed that muster, and it passed as it is written by a majority of the citizens. So it seems as if what we are called upon to decide now is whether or not it means that general elections will be held in 2020, or whether single member district elections will first be held in 2022. Which gets me to my second point. It would appear that two of us here have a conflict as to how this comes out. Because the reality is, no matter what is decided, if the two people who sit in those seats, 1 and 3, are up for election in 2020, they have a direct interest in the outcome of whether that's a general election or whether that's a single member district election. So my motion, and it may die for lack of a second, is that the people who would be impacted if this was single member districts in 2020 recuse themselves from a vote on this issue, since it may turn out to be that. Or it may turn out to be the other way, but if it is the other way, it should be determined by the people who are not impacted by either way it goes. And those are the people in wards 2, 4, and 5. Otherwise, I still stand with not spending $15,000 of money in terms of trying to decide what this really means when two of us up here are directly impacted by what we decide.
Okay, Vice Chair Messenger.
I have a question for our attorney. I would love to recuse myself from this. I don't want to be part of this anyway. Can I do that? I know there's only a certain legal standing where I can actually abstain.
Yes, I think you could. It's, I could see where it could be argued that you would benefit economically one way or the other.
All right.
Okay, good. Okay.
Okay, Board Member Hopes.
Okay, that's one of the points that I wanted to make, but I go back to the supervisor of elections, and he did say, very simply, to send it to the Secretary of State. They're not going to charge us. It may take a little bit longer than somebody wants, but I'm sure we can impress upon them the urgency. I don't think it will take the Secretary of State's attorneys more than 15 minutes to read this 2-page resolution that the voters approved. And I do believe, Mr. Chairman, that this does directly affect your race and your campaign. And I do have a problem with you trying to influence a decision on it, because I think from an ethics perspective, I don't think that the members from districts 1 and 3 should run the risk of putting themselves out there to vote on something that directly provides inurement one way or the other. So, as you know, I've recused myself in writing a couple of times, and that's why we have the Ethics Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will still be voting no on this issue.
Thank you, Board Member Hopes. Now, I am not a candidate at this time, at least. I'm going to ask our Board Attorney, the Vice Chair, is a candidate, for re-election, for one of these districts. I am not a candidate at this time. I hold that position in that district. So, being not a candidate, am I required to vote or required not to vote?
The decision to recuse, I believe, is a personal decision.
Excuse me.
If you voted on a matter that was beneficial, if you later announced you were running, I think somebody could argue that that's potentially an ethics violation. So it's a future problem.
Okay. So, in your opinion, I would not be violating my oath of office, my duty to vote on important matters that affect this school district, if there's a possibility that I might become a candidate in this district.
I think it would become a problem if you later became a candidate.
Well, I need some judicial or attorney guidance right now. I want to do the ethical thing.
Yeah.
It's presumed that any matter that comes before this board, I have a duty, to vote on it. It's not
Yes.
maybe. You can't vote maybe, or maybe I will, or maybe I won't. And it's generally about how it affects you right now. Now, it could be argued, well, it might affect whether you do become a candidate or not become a candidate. And so I'm in a sense, I'm looking for, guidance and an opinion, to do the legal thing.
It's an interesting dilemma.
Yes, it is.
I would say technically, it's not a ethics violation if you are not running for reelection. Right now.
It's not an ethics violation if what?
If you're not running for reelection.
If I vote on this?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Hopes has expressed a contrary opinion. You've heard that.
Well, I think he may have been assuming you were running for reelection.
Was that your assumption, Mr.?
I'm saying that it's a year almost to the election, and it's a possibility.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Well, but I think that if I understand that Mr. Dye's saying, possibility, that doesn't mean that I couldn't vote on this. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Golden.
I'm struck not so much about all of the other words that were said after. I think the first thing you said was that it is a personal decision whether he votes now. Is that right?
Yes, the duty is on the official whether to recuse themselves.
Okay.
They have to make the decision that they have a conflict.
So realistically, what we are called upon to do, who's going to vote tonight, is to look into his mind and see whether he knows tonight whether he's going to run. None of us is capable of doing that.
Mr. Chair, can I address?
Yeah, okay.
Do I even get to finish, or do I have to
Okay,
stop
we're
talking?
gonna let
Well, I
Board
owed you
Member
one,
Golden
so
finish, and then.
maybe it's my turn to be rude.
No,
That's
it's
okay.
not, never. Are
That's
you
all right.
through?
No,
Okay,
because
Board Member Golden.
there is a legal concept called scienta. It's called the state of mind. And so while I wouldn't presume to know what anybody else's state of mind is, I would not want it to be lost that we're about to take a vote. And if, in fact, either or both of these two people abstain, it is as a consequence of what is in their minds right now, what is in their mindset. And I just want to be very clear about that, because I can't read his mind. I don't know whether he'll decide next week to run after this vote or whether he's already decided. But I'm stuck with his vote right now. So now I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Golden. Board Member Kennedy.
All right, none of this matters, because if Gina is recusing herself, we've already have two members who have expressed a no. Even if you both vote yes, it's 2-2 and it fails. So this is already over.
Thank you. Okay.
My pleasure.
Okay, so.
Call the question.
Just a second. What I think Board Member Kennedy says, basically we don't have to proceed with a vote.
No, I think we should, but it's going to fail because
Call
it's,
the question.
minimum, it's going to be 2-2.
Okay, okay, Vice Chair Messenger.
I would just like to declare that I'm going to abstain because I am a candidate.
Okay.
Call the question.
Okay, now just, it got a little muddy here. Mr. Dye, I understand that, I can recuse myself, whether or not.
Well, my advice is if you believe it's going to fail anyway, you recuse yourself.
I think it's going to fail anyway, okay? And so on the advice of counsel, I am going to recuse myself, and it will not affect the vote at all. So, everybody, any problem with that? All
So
right.
you should hand over the gavel to Reverend Golden to take the vote.
No, I'm not the senior, the person that the gavel should
It's
be.
somebody else.
You're closest.
No, you don't get that. You call the past chair
Okay.
as he recognizes.
Okay, Miss-
I'll,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Okay.
All right. We are on the motion to approve the purchase of legal services from Bentley and Bruning, PA. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
I have an unreadiness before we vote, and I need a legal opinion.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Mr. Dye, if there is a change of heart, and all of us have voted for this particular motion to die, how could it come back later? If we all vote no. Because as I understand it, somebody on the prevailing, somebody on the prevailing side can bring it back up, am I right?
Yeah.
Yes?
Okay, then I withdraw no problem, okay.
Again, members, we're on the motion to approve the purchase of legal services from Bentley and Bruning, PA. All those in favor, aye. All those opposed, nay. Nay. Show the vote 3 in opposition, the motion fails.
Okay.
Can we take a recess?
No, we're about through. We're all through.
Okay.
Is it brief? Yeah, okay, we've had a request, but we're gonna take a recess for 10 minutes, until 8:30. And, Okay, we'll bring this meeting back to order. Thank you very much. Next item of business is approval of budget amendments for September 2019. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend the approval of the budget amendments for September 2019.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Hopes. Is there a second? Seconded by Board Member Kennedy. Is there discussion? Chair hearing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying nay. Hearing none, this motion is approved 5-0 unanimously. Thank you very much. The next item of business is item number 2 of new business, non-consent, approval of the year-to-date financial statements through September 30, 2019. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend approval of the year-to-date financial statements through September 30th, 2019.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation?
So moved.
It's been moved by Board Member Hopes to approve, seconded by Board Member Kennedy. Is there any discussion? Chair hearing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion has been approved unanimously, 5-0. Item number 3 of new business non-consent is approval of a new job description and position of school climate coordinators. Is there a recommendation from the superintendent?
Yes, I recommend approval of the new job description and position of school climate coordinator.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a motion to approve it? It's been
Second.
Okay, a motion by Board Member Hope, seconded by Board Member Kennedy. Is there any discussion? Chair hearing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. It passes unanimously, 5-0. Thank you. Next item is approval to begin complete renovation or approval to proceed with Castaldi. Did I miss one? I thought,
Sarasota Manatee Airport.
okay, I thought we did it. Okay, I apologize. You're right, I stand corrected. Next, item number 4, approval of Sarasota Manatee Airport Authority letter of understanding for a new facility to house an aviation airframe mechanics / power plant / maintenance education program for Manatee Technical College, MTC. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend the approval of the Sarasota Manatee Airport Authority letter of understanding for a new facility to house an aviation airframe mechanics power plant maintenance education program for Manatee Technical College.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Board Member Hopes to approve. Is there a second? Seconded by Board Member Kennedy. Is there discussion? Chair hearing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed indicate by saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, 5-0. Thank you very much. Number 5, does the superintendent have a recommendation concerning approval to begin complete renovation or approval to proceed with Castaldi analysis to request replacement for a Witt Elementary School?
Yes, I recommend the board provide direction to staff for either the approval to begin complete renovation or the approval to proceed with the Castaldi analysis to request replacement for Witt Elementary School.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I heard, okay,
I have a
approved to begin one or the other. Is that what it is?
Yeah, we're approval, it's laying the issue on the table for us to decide one of those. She's saying she is asking us to decide one of these things. That's my understanding. Is that correct? Okay. And so I think we need to approve the motion, then we can go in and decide if we
So I'll
want to
make
do.
a motion.
Okay, it's been moved to approve the motion.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we follow the recommendations of the Florida Department of Education and conduct a Castaldi analysis to determine whether we should move forward with renovation or a replacement facility of Witt Elementary.
Okay, I'm going to ask for clarification from the superintendent. your recommendation was or, and I think that we have to approve that motion first, and then we could have a motion to approve one of these in the or in number 5. I'm gonna ask our attorney for, guidance on this. Does that seem, we first approve the superintendent's recommendation to do one of these things, and then we can decide which one we want to do, or maybe reverse and not do either.
You're just in, to clarify, you're just in discussion of the first motion, is that correct?
Yeah, that's where we would be going. It would be number 5, to entertain, one of these and discuss those. I understand that Board Member Hopes believes it's best to.
So was number 5 as written, was there a motion and a second?
No, that's what I was asking for.
So you're just a motion, I think you should.
To approve.
I think you should first get into just discussion.
Okay, we'll approve the superintendent's recommendation. So can I, and
There's public comment, so I don't know in which order to do this. If there isn't going to be a motion and a second, I want to make sure we address the public comment before there's anything else brought before the board.
okay. Is there a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation? Mr. Hopes or Board Member Hopes, is that your motion at this point?
No, I think the superintendent was asking for guidance from the board as to whether or not we wanted to move forward with renovation or to move forward with the Department of Education's recommendation that we do a Castaldi analysis to help us make the decision,
Okay.
including their willingness to come and meet with us and visit the site and give their expert opinion.
Okay. I'm going to ask for, Board Attorney opinion. We have not approved the superintendent's recommendation.
So was there even a second?
There hasn't even been a motion to approve it at this point.
Okay.
And I always thought that before we got to,
But she's asking for one or the other. So.
okay.
I guess I move that we discuss, as the superintendent has recommended, the options available to us regarding the Witt Elementary facility. That is
Okay.
my motion.
I will second that.
Thank you,
Okay,
Madam Vice
so
Chair.
I'm going to take that the superintendent's motion regarding number 5 has been moved and seconded. Now, is there
Public comment.
Okay, I think we can go to public comment at this time. So,
Marcy,
Vice Chair, Messenger?
come on down.
Thank you for having us. My name is Marcy Hackman, and I was born and raised here in Bradenton, Florida. I went to Palmasola, King Middle, and Manatee with my 3 siblings. Currently, my husband and I live in East Bradenton, and our 3 children go to Gene Witt. They're in 5th grade, 3rd grade, and VPK. I have a passion for public schools and a passion for the schools here in Manatee County. Gene Witt has consistently been rated an A-rated school. We test significantly higher than the county and state averages. From the day my family walked into Gene Witt, it became our home. We have bonded with the great teachers and administrators and I have been actively involved in the PTO and SAC. Aesthetics and age aside, it's a charm and a great personality. But Gene Witt is in much need of a material gutting and remodel for many reasons, including persistent and pervasive roof leaks, bathrooms and other areas in horrible despair, concerns of prevalent mold throughout the whole school that has been supported by many studies. We have been stunned, disappointed, and very frustrated with the budget issues, health issues, and delays in the construction process. Meanwhile, newer schools out east are undergoing renovations and additions right now. Let me describe a few things. Because of excess capacity and inadequate facilities, I'm nervous, sorry. We had to use our stage for a whole year for a classroom. We could not use the stage to hold assemblies, awards, concerts, or dances because we had a classroom on there. We also have classes in teacher workrooms and offices because we are out of space. Our bathrooms are a disgrace to look at, oftentimes don't have working plumbing. They have broken faucets, broken soap dispensers, the toilet rims are chipped and discolored. Then, over the summer, to our disbelief, Even though our school has smelled of mold for years, and we were often aware of ongoing leaks and mold in tile ceilings, we were learned of an abundant amount of mold found throughout the school building. Our dad's group took down an old cabinets in the cafeteria years ago, and the wall behind it was black. There is no mold throughout the whole school at Gene Witt, and you can smell it when you enter the school. It's discerning to know that companies were in and out of the school over the summer in hazardous suits to clean it, and our students started in the same classrooms in regular clothes. We have yet to get all of our questions answered or a comfortable feeling that these issues are being dealt with properly. In conclusion, as you make this decision for Gene Witt, let's do the right thing. Replacing the roof and the paint in the buildings is not the right thing. It's not taking care of the underlying issues. We're an A-rated school. We want an A-rated environment. We don't want to be overlooked. We need additional space, and we don't want our kids sitting in unhealthy classrooms. If you decide to pass the additional money, we need the additional money. If some of us fear that the process of the analysis is just going to delay all the decisions. And our biggest fear is with this delay and these decisions being pushed back that our wonderful families are going to leave the public schools here in Manatee County. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Messenger.
I'm sorry, you have to sign up before 5:45.
Okay, we've had public comment. We have this issue on the table, as I understand it, for discussing where this board would like to go. Now, Board Member Golden has his hand up, and you are recognized to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the superintendent. In order to begin complete renovation of Witt Elementary School, do we have to have a custody analysis?
Okay, Superintendent is recognized.
We have two options. If we are renovating the original building, one of the things that would be needed, and I think was stated, was the additional $3 million presented to complete that renovation. You do not need a custody report for that. If you are choosing to consider tearing it down before the state will approve that, you do have to do that study for that option.
So the custody analysis, okay, so this number 5 is printed here, because I thought that we were either going to approve to begin complete renovation, or we were going to approve to proceed with the custody analysis to request replacement for Witt Elementary.
Correct.
And your recommendation to us simply was that we discuss this.
And you give a direction of which decision you want, one or the other, so the school community and all parties know which direction we're going, so we can move tomorrow and doing whatever that is.
I have a follow-up.
Sure, go ahead.
Because it sounds as if we've had this discussion. Maybe, I don't know whether it was last month or month before last, but I thought that this came before us. I don't know why the $3 million sounds so familiar in terms of the money that we were going to have to approve to continue with the renovation. And then there was a discussion about, well, if we don't continue with the renovation and go with the replacement of Witt Elementary, we will have lost what we've already put into this process. But I seem to recall that the reason we were going to wait was because, I'm so new at this, is because if a school is only 20 years old, as is this school, in order to justify tearing it down, is that what this custody analysis is?
Yeah.
Doesn't have anything that?
No.
Okay.
Anytime you're tearing down a school, you have to provide that study. The rule of thumb prior was at 35 years of age.
Okay.
Then the state moved it to 50 as the norm. It doesn't mean you can't tear down one at a shorter life. But you have to show extensive reason behind that, and that's just not the norm. This school is at 20 years. So we would have to do this study to provide the justification of tearing it down and building a new facility in place of it.
Mr. Superintendent, how long does it take to do that study?
We're anticipating between 3 to 6 months.
To do that study?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then where would we go from that study? What happens next with that study?
If it's submitted to DOE and approved for tear down, then we would begin the process of the new school being determined there, and then we'll have to come up with a plan on what we're doing for Witt Elementary in the interim as we are coming up with that new school build on that site.
And how long would it take to build the school, assuming that the analysis was approved?
Generally 18 months to 2 years.
Okay, so we're looking at, if we make the decision that we want to replace Witt Elementary School, before the first child can go into that school, will be the 23-24 school year. 22 or 20, 22?
22, 23 years.
22, 23 school year, if we make the decision to do that.
And just rough anticipated timeline, yes.
Where are we now with respect to the renovation, and how long will that take?
Could I bring Jane Dreger, our construction director, up, Mr. Minor? Is that okay?
Yeah, can you, for my benefit and everybody, why do they call this a Castaldi study? And what is a Castaldi study? I think Mr. Hopes wants to
Right,
talk about that.
and she will explain it. So I'll have her here so she can answer any question.
If I may, while she's coming
Sure.
up, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
so Castaldi analysis is a decision analysis that was developed by a particular professor to help public entities make a decision as to whether it is in the best interest of the organization to remodel or to replace a facility. It takes into account changes in technology, changes in learning environments. And so the superintendent, while well-intended, this should have been presented as moving forward with a plan that has continued to escalate in cost, or to do a decision analysis which is based on empirical data and information with regards to whether or not you need to move students around the campus. In my opinion, this analysis should be conducted on any decision where we're looking at nearly 70% or more of replacement cost. We should do a thorough decision analysis to help this board make the most appropriate decision. So it's not either move forward with renovation or conduct an analysis to replace the facility. This is an accepted methodology with which you can quantify a decision, especially when you're talking about $24 million. Our own report from the engineering study from Jacobs had the replacement cost at $25 million. It had a combined 5-year need for WIT of $8 million. This board approved an original budget of $17 million. In March or April, the construction department brought to the superintendent a $28 million price tag. Then she told them to reduce it to $20 million. Then at $20 million, they were now going to renovate the classrooms, and then we're up to $24 million. I think the answer to Reverend Golden's question is the time to do this full renovation as they have planned out is almost that 2-year period of time as well. And so I'm very familiar with this type of analysis. I'm very familiar with a decision analysis of which way do you go. If there were ever a need in this district to conduct this type of analytical approach, it would be WIT. Because every time something gets opened up, it's discovered whether it's the water intrusion, I heard rumor, and Jane could verify that when they went in to inspect the roof, there were structural members that weren't there that should have been there. And so if there were ever a reason for this district to change the way we decide to spend the taxpayers' money, it is to take a breather, conduct a thorough analysis to help us make the decision. The Department of Education, this business of 35 years and 50 years, in my conversations, as you asked me to speak with them, the director of their facilities said, really, according to their record, this school was built in 1993, which would make it 26 years old. That's right. Okay, so it's 26 years old, and as they told me, you're bumping right up on that threshold where you really should look at whether or not you want to renovate at that expense or whether you should give the community a brand new facility. So the Castaldi analysis is a decision analysis. It's not that complicated, but we will need consultants to plug all that data in, and then they'll give us a report saying, based on the data, based on the future maintenance requirements, based on the learning environment. Keep in mind, this school was built in 1993. And I think we've changed the size of classrooms since then because of the classroom amendment. And keep in mind, when the day is done with WIT, we're still gonna have those 8 buildings or whatever, and we're gonna have a new roof and whatever. I just think if there were ever a case, and quite frankly, members, we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars in capital. We have got to change the way we make these decisions. I'm tired of going to the public and trying to explain why a $17 million project is $28 million, then it's down to $20 million. Oh, by the way, for $20 million, we can't even renovate the classrooms or the bathrooms or whatever, so we need another $3.5 million. We need to go through this exercise, work with the Department of Education. We need to pull all this data together because we should not be putting the construction department under pressures to just get something done because it's the way we did it in the past. I approach this, as I hope we will all approach this, as if we were writing out the check ourselves. And based on what I have heard from that school and the cost projections that are being given that change, keep in mind, we can approve $23 million. They may get in there and uncover something else. But the Castaldi analysis is a decision analysis. It's not something we do because we want to replace it. I don't think we have enough information to decide whether we renovate or replace. The numbers are bumping up on replacement costs, so if there were ever a reason to take a timeout, conduct this analysis to help us make the best decision for this community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Hope. Board Member Golden?
Thank you, because I was asking the superintendent, she called up, and then Mr. Hopes was given the opportunity. But it just seems like to me, I wasn't here when the decision was initially made to go forward with this capital project. I think everything that Dr. Hopes has said has merit. I just think it's something that should have been brought up when we first started. And if he did bring it up when we first started, and this was a decision made then, this sounds a lot like 2 bites at the apple to me, where we now are asked to reconsider something that was decided by a board not even made up of the majority of us up here now. So I'm asking in terms of the decision that was made then, not for the decision that would be made with the next school, like Suggs, whether to tear it down or renovate it. But the decision that was made then was to renovate this school, and we know that there have been, you're probably going to tell us about some changes that have taken place since then, am I right? So, in your opinion, in construction services, is it in the best interest of the district financially to start or to put everything on hold and go through this analysis and then still deal with whether or not we're going to resume renovation or do a new school? So you're the construction person, huh? So just tell me.
I would agree with Dr. Hopes if we weren't already 2 years in and we've already spent like $3.7 million doing site work and building pad prep for the addition. This project always was an addition and renovation. This district has pretty extensive experience with replacement schools and going through the Castaldi analysis and submitting to DOE. And I'll give you an example. At Daughtry Elementary, we did the Castaldi on the schools, and you have to do a Castaldi on each building. And at Daughtry, we had a building that was the classroom wing addition that was not in the age-appropriate group, and for that reason alone, DOE did come down and they met with us and we walked through all of them. They concurred with our analysis on the older buildings and did not concur with our analysis on the classroom wing addition, and that's why that building is still there. We had to build the replacement school around that. We had similar situations at Bayshore Elementary and Prine Elementary. We were able to convince them that the location of the building on site, and there were some extenuating circumstances with termite damage where they approved that, so we were able to replace both Bayshore and Prine completely. Anna Maria, we had to leave the auditorium and the classroom wing building. So we do have experience with this. And I've only been doing this for 16 years. I have not seen DOE concur with us on anything even remotely close to 35 years, and now it's been moved. Their goal is that if it doesn't pay within X number of years, they don't recommend it. So they don't concur with your analysis. So we have the renovation and the addition completely designed. The construction documents are finished, and we have actually been through the guaranteed maximum price process. We're ready, once you all give us that direction, to move forward with the complete renovation and addition. It will be much like the Bashaw project. It will have new technology. It will have security, single point of entry. A lot of the problems that we've had with multiple building schools. For all intents and purposes, the occupants of it will think that it is a new building. And it's a masonry and brick structure, so it has good bones. That's just
Has good what now?
good bones.
That's a construction term. Okay.
It has a good structure.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, Chair recognizes Board Member Kennedy.
Thank you. I think, Dr. Hopes, I think you're exactly right. This is, kind of a new way to, kind of disperse our capital dollars. But my concern about the Castaldi analysis, I think when it would come back, it would probably tell us that it makes financial sense to do that. But correct me if I'm wrong, one thing I worry about the analysis, it doesn't talk about the cost of moving 600 or 700 kids for 2 years to, oh, it will do that. Okay, so it includes the cost of transporting all those kids, okay.
If you have to do it, maybe we'll do it on
Well,
the site.
Well, I think we know we can't do that, though. It's too,
Yeah, that site's only 15 acres, and 7 of it's in the 100-year floodplain. So you'd be hard pressed to be able to put the building in the new building in the back.
yeah, it's just too, we covered that at the workshop a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, we had to bring the building pad for the addition, which is kind of on the south side. We had to bring that up pretty significantly from where it was as a playfield.
My other, and Jane already mentioned it, we're kind of 2 years into the process with this project, and this has been in our capital plan for a long time, I'm sure. So my preference would be to continue where we are, and then Dr. Hopes kind of take the analysis and the mindset that you're looking at, and let's look into our 5-year capital plan as it is right now.
Right, because, and that made sense because we're getting ready to do Braden River L, Terra, and we are doing the Castaldi analysis for SUG because that really makes sense to be a replacement. So,
Yeah.
I mean, we can do that at the onset of those projects.
Okay, and my final comment is that, obviously from the amount of email that this has generated from parents at WIT, I mean, this is one of the big ones as far as parent communication to us. And I think just with, you've got the balance of like, these repairs have been waiting for a long time. And then you've got the concern, like, okay, if we're gonna do this analysis, now we're gonna have to wait another 3 to 6 months. And then the uncertainty of like, well, for the parents of like, where are my kids gonna go? And we talked about Wakeland, that probably, as far as a physical space, makes sense. But logistically, getting all those kids over there, those parents driving those kids over, doesn't make sense to me. So, I mean, I would be more supportive if we had a clearer plan for the rebuild, which to me at this point we do not. So I would support continuing on with the path we've been on for a little while now.
Okay, Vice Chair Messenger. No, you want me to?
No, ditto everything he just said.
Okay.
I mean, to be short, I agree with Dr. Hope's. I have, like I said at the workshop, I have share a lot of concerns with the whole process. And I stated them all at the workshop, and I'm kind of disappointed on how this is turning out. In the sense that I think that could have been done, and I think, as Mr. Kennedy said, moving forward, I think that is something that should be done, because I think we're in the situation where, yeah, we're modeling after Bashaw. Bashaw cost $16 million, and now we're looking at $23 million, and it's significantly more, and I understand we found there were other roof problems. We needed a whole lot of dirt, which I found out I need to be in a dirt business. And so I understand why there were increases. I do have some questions about the remodel itself, if we decide to go forward with that. I've heard some concerns from parents, and I just want to get affirmation on what would be covered in this remodel. Will it be a full gut remodel, including bathrooms and everything else?
Yes, the 23 all-in.
Okay, and then my other question is, when our building is remodeled, will it be tested for mold and anything else after the remodeling is done in that building before children are allowed back in?
Yes.
Okay. If we did do this, I guess you kind of answered that, the Castaldi analysis, you don't believe it would be successful. Daughtry, Bayshore, Prine, Anna Maria, how old were all of those schools when they were approved? And obviously bits and pieces of them, but.
I want to say they were pushing the 35-year mark, because those were before they increased they modified the formula to really make it a 50-year building. My contact, who is a staffer, Don Whitehead at the DOE, said in his tenure at the DOE, they have not concurred with Castaldi analysis on anything less than 35 years, or in the past 20 years, unless there was significant storm damage or a condemnation of the facility. So they would be pretty extenuating circumstances.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the facility study that we had done, I think one of the biggest concerns I have is, as Dr. Hopes noted, was that it says the repair costs $8 million. Here we are looking at $23 million.
And that's great. That's a great segue, if I may.
Yeah.
That report is only to correct inventory deficiencies. That doesn't include new technology, additions, site work, added queuing, phasing of the construction. When you rip out the air handler above the ceiling, then it needs new ceiling tiles. While you're there, you do the LED lighting. So that $8 million, you could go and take everything that was noted as a deficiency in the ceiling, and you would add it to that scope of work. So it wouldn't just be that $8 million of deficiency. And then all the stuff that's outside of that inventory that you can see would need to be added to the total.
Okay, I have one other question. So on that study that we had done, there was a variety of ratings from, I don't know, very good to very poor.
Replacement candidate.
And then replace it candidate. And WIT was not replacement, not very poor, but it was rated poor.
Poor, correct.
And so by these experts that we did hire and paid, once again, I should probably be in that business of assessing buildings because we paid them a pretty penny. They believe that the building is in poor condition, needs probably to be renovated, but not replacement candidate. Okay. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Messenger. This is my take. We had a speaker earlier, talking about mold, students getting sick, we've allowed that to happen. It brings back memories to me of when my daughter entered King Middle School. Students, staff, teachers were sick. And that's how I got really interested in what goes on in this school district. You know, the school board and school administration primary responsibilities are the health and safety of students and staff. And I didn't feel like that was being given the priority it deserved when my daughter entered King Middle School. How come? Well, that got me appointed as co-chair of capital improvement game, and the rest is history. I started asking and asking and asking and getting documents. And I didn't like a lot of the answers that I was, given. I received a letter from a teacher who is retired from Pinellas County, who was a teacher, I think he said something like at St. Lucie School or something in St. Petersburg as a public school, that had symptoms very much, according to her, parallel what's going on, with WIT. And people getting sick and students getting sick. And, well, they went through renovation stuff, and, well, then it's back pretty quickly. And finally they got around to realizing they needed to tear it down and start from square one. A lot of money that went into renovations could have gone into, starting with a clean slate. And we have, argued by Mr. Hopes, and I think convincingly to me, that let's spend, 3 months in having, let's this board have a gestalt, study about where we're going, where we are. We've had, some studies done, but I don't think that they have been of the quality that I would expect from a gestalt, study, a very complete study, including what the cost of possible transporting. And I don't know where this Wakeland thing came about. Anybody know? I can't imagine any transportation. Does the superintendent know? I can't imagine sending students to Wakeland. Somehow that got kicked around. But if there was a need, there's closer schools. I mean, go up to Anna Lucy Williams or Braden River. I mean, that just doesn't seem to fit any logic of what's going on. But I don't think that we're serving the students, the staff, the district, the taxpayers by spending more money on trying to fix something that is so sick, from the reports I got, as the present WIC school. It just isn't going to do it. It's going to be throwing money away. Maybe any future planning can take into account what we've done, and maybe we can use some of the money or some of the construction we've had, some of the planning and stuff. But by gum, I don't want to pour more money down the drain about a very sick school. And I don't think we benefit the students, the teachers, this district by doing that. Maybe a Costolsky study would say I'm wrong, but let's find out if I am wrong. And let's do that. And then come back, and I guess maybe it'd be about 3 months or so, is that right, Board Member Hopes? To see what they have to say. But I think that one other consideration is, I see Mr. Gimbalina back there, maybe it's time to start saving money on utilities. Maybe we can make this like they did up in Osceola, into an energy neutral school and save money that way. I don't know of any planning we've done here, that takes that into account, and it's about time we do that. And I don't know why our planning and construction department hasn't done it, but I think starting today, we ought to be always doing that. And I think that that should be and new Sugg School should be, energy neutral. And let's face it, we can be a leader in this county by doing things like that. And I think doing some spending, throwing money away for this, what we're talking about, I think is a waste of millions of dollars. That's how I see it. And I'd like to see, plans about, making all of our future buildings energy neutral. So that's where I'm coming from. I think it's a grave mistake to go otherwise. Okay, Board Member Holtz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what's unfortunate about this is that I don't feel the board was adequately informed as your department was uncovering additional expenses that were going to be incurred. And WIT was on that project list from the referendum for the extension of the sales tax dollars. That was one of the projects that was committed to the community. And you're right, we've been at this for quite some time. Where my confidence level fell in the recommendations from the construction department is when we went from a 17 million to a 20 million, and then I got a call from the superintendent that you would not believe what they brought to me, a $28 million price tag.
It was never 28.
Well, it was
25 was the first GMP number, 25.8.
I will tell you what, you can have that conversation with the superintendent, but that's what I was told. And then it went down to the 20, but then we weren't getting delivered the same product. And so this has been going on. And I will tell you from history, I'm pretty good at persuasion and things like that, but when I have worked really hard to make something happen, I usually find out that was the wrong thing to do. Sometimes it just gets to be too hard. And the other factor when you talk about they're gonna have a new building, it's gonna be like a new school. But when the day is done, those children have to leave one building to go to the cafeteria. They have to leave another building to go to the media center. They have to leave another building to go to another classroom building. And those are factors that you can place a value on. And I get the possible disruption for a period of time, but I don't feel convinced that we're not gonna find something else. And even if we take it down to the bones of the building, when the day is done, we still have a campus that was designed 26 years ago. My younger child was born when that school opened, and I have seen how much the world has changed, how much education has changed. And these are just factors that should be taken into consideration. And I apologize to the community, because this should have been dealt with a long time ago. As soon as we started seeing indications that we were gonna be bumping up against replacement cost. And let's talk about, is that building, that Casali analysis has energy factors that go into it as well, because you're gonna be bringing in new technology. You're gonna have a building under one roof. I just have not been convinced by what has been presented that renovating a 26-year-old campus is the right decision when we're talking about $24 million. And I get that we've spent $3 million, and we probably shouldn't have spent $3 million. Somebody should have put the brakes on and taken a fresh look at this. But I am just really concerned that we may, if we move forward with renovation without looking at this decision, that we may make a mistake in just renovating an outdated campus for an elementary school. We've all seen the newer elementary schools, and it's all under one roof. The children don't have to leave in the rain to go to the cafeteria. And, I just think that's where we are, and it's unfortunate that we're at this point in time. But if we're building buildings to last 35, 40, 50 years, I'm willing to wait another 3 months to make the best decision that we can make, regardless of what the department has done in the past. Because their response to me with that, and I spoke with the director of facilities, it's about time somebody actually put some common sense into how you make decisions when you're spending millions and millions of dollars. And I appreciate the chair's support, and I feel badly for the families, but I think this board wants to ensure that these children for generations to come in that area have the best facility that we can provide them with.
And that's what I want to.
Thank you.
I
I
would-
believe you. I believe you.
Okay, I'm going to add to that comment, best and safest. The present arrangement isn't consistent with safety planning, for our students, for our children. It's out of date. Why put more money into an unsafe structured campus, that's sick? All right, okay. Board Member Golden.
I think that in spite of all of the hyperbole, the reality is that taxpayers and the parents is one of the same people. And what has changed up here, or what has changed, is the composition of this board from the time the initial decisions were made. And what I sense more than any other thing is that the people at WIT who are there now are the victims of the vacillation in the leadership that has taken place since the initial decision was made. Now, who bears the burden for that? Or who bears who has to suffer in this instance for that? In my opinion, and I'm just one vote, in my opinion, the suffering is better if it is shared all around. The people at WIT who had children there at the first grade when this decision was made have children who are leaving. If we decide to back up now and start all over again, the people who now have children coming in the first grade will almost be out of there. So that will be 2 elementary school generations of children that have suffered because of the vacillation that they did not cause. And I can appreciate the righteous indignation. I can appreciate the informed decisions that are being called upon us to make, and I'm perfectly willing to do that from now on. What I'm not willing to do is to cause the children who go to that school now under the most atrocious of circumstances and their families who have come in here and who have expressed to me, I don't know what the other emails read like, but the families who are there now saying, improve our school and don't disrupt us anymore. Not because you all want to do better for the next generation, or not because you all think that the decisions that were made by the previous boards were not that good. That's just not fair to them. If there is something that we are doing now, and it costs us more money, because that's what this board, we're talking about $3 more million, and I've heard, and maybe more than that, because we may find out something. But there's also a maybe the state won't approve our plan, even after we have the state. So maybe, shoulda, coulda, woulda. What really matters right now is the quickest way to get this school back to where it does the most that it can do as the school that it is for the people that use it. Not the school that we think it ought to be, not the school that it could be, but the school that it is. There are some real live families who are taxpayers who are using that school. And we ought not be trying to go through machinations to figure out how we can make it better tomorrow when we've already spent $3 million or so trying to make it better today, or about to spend $3 million more to make it better today, that this school would be ready to be occupied next September. Am I right about that?
We would do the addition first, and we would move one building into that new addition, and then we would do that building. And when that building was ready, we would move the next building in. So it would be a phased renovation over a period of about 16 months.
16 months. But it would not disrupt the use of that site for these families that are using it now. So a kid that starts first grade there in September will finish this brand new school that you're talking about. The only kid that won't benefit is the kid that's in the 4th grade now. They'd be gone by the time you finished.
Unless they put 4th grade in the addition, then you'd have 1 year in the new.
Okay. Yeah,
But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I just, this is a very hard decision, but I don't think that us just not moving forward with the decision that we made 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I don't think putting that off helps the families that have to live with this every day. And even they want us to go forward with the renovation. So that's kind of where I am. I'm just glad to see all of this intensity about improving the quality of the capital, that we have to work with in Manatee County. I don't even want to talk about whether we have enough money, but I certainly want to remind us that we've got another millage increase that's coming up in 2 more years, and the sales tax extension. It's an ongoing moving target. And no, you're just not going to be able to stand still. So for me, I'm wanting you to continue, but don't forget everything that was said here tonight about where you go in the future. Does that make sense? All right, I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Golden. Okay, Superintendent. Recognized.
Reiner, would it be beneficial when it's time to vote for me to pick one of these and you vote on the one and then pick if it doesn't pass, then you pick that, because it says or, so how do you vote on the motion? And if the motion is continuing on the construction plan, the motion does need to include the additional money, the $3 million that was discussed in the workshop, so that it gets the complete renovation of the $23 million. I just want to make sure that when it comes time to vote, I spell it out however you want me to do the vote.
Okay, thank you. That was nice. I think, okay, we got a couple hands here. I think that, Board Member Kennedy, he has some further comments he'd like to share with us.
I just had a suggested path to handle it. At the beginning, Dr. Hopes wanted to make a motion for the Castaldi analysis. I think you started to make it, I think. So we could go with that motion once it gets a second. If it fails, then we have a motion for the others. However, I would suggest, we have a reorganization meeting next Tuesday. So if there's a $3 million price tag that we have to include, maybe we do that next Tuesday instead of tonight, just a suggestion.
I thought that the reorganization meeting, the only topic for the reorganization.
Yeah, it doesn't have any.
Was the reorganization. At least I thought that was a matter of law. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
You can put
Am I right about that? Speak up. I want somebody to say that, because he's asking a question. He deserves an answer. He doesn't need to think that he's being ignored, so we can't do that. So now it's either move it to the next meeting, which then puts another month on nothing having happened.
Okay, now,
We'll have to do another amendment. I could do the increase.
She's got a way to do it.
An option might be, if you select the renovation, I'm prepared to have the renovation guaranteed maximum price on the next meeting, not the December 10th meeting. I could write the executive summary per the meeting on today's date. This budget is, total project budget is $23.4 million, and
okay, thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Hopes if he would like to make his motion at this time.
Let me ask one question.
Yes, sir.
When we finish, should we opt for the renovation? How many buildings do we have on that site now, and how many buildings are we going to have after this project is completed?
There are 7 and there will be 8, I believe. Or, no, there's 6 and there will be 7.
So we have 6 separate buildings. When we're done, we're going to have 7 separate buildings.
Yes.
Are you aware of anyone in the state that has built an elementary school in the past 5 years that has built 7 buildings for an elementary school?
That's not how they build them now. That's absolutely not how they build them new now.
Right. Do you think there's a reason for that?
Yeah, I agree with you that the Barbara Harvey Elementary School is better. I'm not disagreeing with that. When you have to go back and renovate.
I'm still troubled. I will make the motion because I am still troubled about spending $23 or $24 million, and we're not going to get what we would build if we built it now. And so I'll make the motion again that I think we need to take the time to do the Castaldi analysis to better inform the board with regards to the decision to either move forward with the renovations or to replace the facility with a state-of-the-art modern campus that fits the mode for elementary school children now. Because I got to tell you, members, if we spend $24 million to renovate something that isn't even the current standard, how dilapidated is it going to look 15 or 20 years from now? I mean, I'll make the motion, Mr. Chairman, that I move that we direct the administration to work with the Florida Department of Education, conduct the Castaldi analysis, and then bring back to this board a recommendation that's based on that analysis. That is my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Holtz. Is there a second? I will second it. Okay. We've had quite a bit of discussion.
I have a question.
Okay, the vice chair, has a question as part of the discussion of this motion by Board Member Holtz.
Sure. One of my questions would be, let's say that the Castaldi analysis did say, yes, you can replace the building. Do we have estimates on how much that would cost? I mean, I understand how much Barbara Harvey cost us. It was $28 million. But I also know that we'd have to pay for demolition, we'd have to pay for buses, we'd have to pay for site work, and we've already paid $3 million of site work that some of it we probably could use, but some of it we obviously would not be able to use. Is there any type of analysis that you have to tell us
If we just
how much you think it would cost if we were at this point to go totally new?
One of the things that I think we need to consider is that right now the cost of construction is increasing 6% per year, and that has been steady over the last 3 years. The GMP for Barbara Harvey was nearly 3 years ago. So we really need to think about the new school. If we built that same school, it's really going to be about 32 or 33 million. And then compound that on this site where you've got asbestos testing, you've got EPA notifications, you've got making some other school suitable for those kids, and I have no idea what that is. Let's say you plug $1 million into paint and carpet and spruce up areas of a school so that you're not sending them somewhere. And then whatever the transportation costs are, and then the demolition of the school. So my conservative, just ballpark number is probably somewhere around $36 to $38 million.
So we're saying right now to remodel, it would be 23 total. And you're saying
yeah, because we had
36, so a difference of $13 million.
Correct.
And you don't believe that with the land behind the school, we could build on it?
I haven't looked at 3-story prototypes. I mean, we maybe get the footprint of the school really small, but in elementary school, you can only have the little ones on the first floor, so you'd have to have,
I would not want to send my kids.
Yeah, exactly.
I was in a
So,
school where the computer labs are on the second floor, and trying to take them up there.
Yeah, we had to get permission to put the libraries on the second floor of Anna Maria and Miller and Borough, so.
No. I had one other question, but I've forgotten it now. Okay, but it sounds like it would be considerably more if we went that way because we'd have to do so many additional
Site-specific
things.
And also, the Barbara Harvey Elementary site 10 years ago had $1 million worth of dirt put on it so that it was really ready and had no trees. So it was the perfect, was rectangular, had a building pad, had dirt, no trees. So there was very little site work.
Okay, Board Member Hopes.
Does your estimate, are you considering the recent legislatively passed SREF exemptions for construction of new schools by public school districts?
I have not, because y'all would have to vote on not doing certain security features and certain safety features. And I feel like the direction of this board has actually gone in the other direction. So in addition to the energy efficiency things that we do, now you're looking at net zero stuff. And this, I mean, I had not.
So you really don't know. I mean, because we haven't designed the school, so you're just basing it on Barbara Harvey.
Correct. That's the closest new historical data that I have.
Okay, Board Member Golden.
Call the question.
The,
I have one very quick question.
I think it's not, ripe for that. Okay. Board Member Kennedy, go ahead.
Just for clarification, we have the Castaldi report done, and let's just assume it says that it makes financial sense to do a rebuild. But that's not the final approval. DOE still has to say yes after that, correct? So we could get the analysis, and it comes back and says everything's good, and then DOE says no anyway. Okay. Just want to make sure I understood the process.
And that is what happened on Daughtry. And then we appealed it, and we went to Tallahassee, and then they came down, and they said, no, you have to leave that classroom wing building. It doesn't make sense. And then, so then we had to build the new facility around that.
Okay.
I think the difference in this situation is we've been two different levels, okay? The discussions that I've been having are with the directors of these departments and the commissioner's office. So the analysis would be done in collaboration with the Department of Education. So we wouldn't end up, I do not believe, with two different opinions. I think we'd end up with a collaborative opinion. The experience that she's going through is where you do it, maybe they come down, they look at it, and then you put it forth to them. So I don't think that's where we would be. And I don't know that it would take, 3 months, but this is just an unfortunate situation, but I'm looking at 20 years from now. I'm trying to get my head around 20 years from now, after we spend $24 million renovating a facility that the mere design of the campus is not one that we would build today. I mean, it's just, and I know some of you are troubled about the possible, disruption for a year and a half. But think about the 30 years of use of the facility that at least was state-of-the-art when we spent the $24 million or $28 million. Or if it's $30 million. We should have that. We should have, if we were talking about $12 million, I wouldn't be having this conversation. But we're talking about $24 million, maybe 25. And I won't say, I don't think this project has been managed effectively, but that's aside. I'm still troubled with the fact that after we spend this money, we are going to be renovating something that we would not build today. In fact, no one in this state would build that campus today because of safety concerns and everything else, as well as efficiency. And guess what? A board 20 years from now is going to have to deal with that roof. And they're not going to be replacing one roof. They're going to be replacing, or 30 years, whatever the life is that roof, they're going to be replacing 7 roofs instead of 1. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well, I concur with what Board Member Hopes just said. I think We're talking about safety, energy efficiency, and the proposal just to kind of, make some changes just brings me back to all the, well, we're gonna fix up King, and they poured a lot of money into fixing up King, a sick school. Wasted money. Kids get sick because there wasn't the willingness of the board to face up at that time. You gotta build a new facility to stop folks like my daughter from getting sick. And that means maybe some temporary inconvenience, but it means really coming up with a better way to do it that's safer, efficient, and when people, go to consider whether they should extend the, half-cent sales tax, for capital improvements for us, are they gonna say it was wisely done? Was it really wisely done, looking for the future or not? And I think they would say, well, why didn't they at least wait until they got, a report from, outside, a Gestalti report that would include, the cost of transportation and all this before they made, that final decision. And that's a concern that I have. So, any other comments? Okay. Okay, the board recognizes Board Member Golden. Can we? Okay,
Mr. Chair.
now, excuse me. We have some audience member here who is,
They just asked to talk to him in the hallway, that's all. Nobody's being ejected.
okay, I'm sorry. What's her name? If you're gonna make comments in the audience, you're gonna have to go outside right now. You know the rules. No, you go outside. We're not going to, this is a board meeting. So, okay, Board Member Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 20 years from now, another board will be here, and they will be looking over the decisions that we made tonight. Just like the decisions that we make tonight are reflective of the decisions that were made 20 years ago. And while there's always the tension between doing something now to make a difference or doing something now to just make noise, I don't think anybody's mind is going to be changed. I don't care how long we talk and how much we try to delay it. So I'm going to call for the question again.
Okay, the board member Golden has asked to call the question. I'm going to ask the legal counsel, is this something we vote on?
Yes, but I would probably restate the motion.
No, good, no, I'm on the issue of calling the question.
I don't know if I can. Yeah, I can.
We have to vote on calling the question because that's a motion to end debate.
I'm sorry, I was distracted.
Okay?
Just, if you would restate what your
Well,
question is.
Board Member Golden has made a motion to call the question.
That's what I missed.
Okay, and that's the issue I'm asking legal guidance on. Is it a motion that we vote on?
Yes.
Okay. So there's been a motion made by Board Member Golden to call the question. Is there a second to go Board Member Golden's motion? I don't hear one, so that motion, what?
To call the question.
To end debate.
Sorry.
Okay, I don't hear a second to Board Member Golden's motion. All right. And is there? Okay. Is there further, comments that any board has, concerning the motion that Board Member Hopes made, which was, and I hope you'll correct me if I'm wrong, was to request, or excuse me, to approval to proceed with a Castaldi analysis. That was his motion.
Collaboration with the Department of Education.
Right. That's the motion that's on the floor. And it has been moved, and I, in fact, I think made the second to that motion.
Yes, you did, Mr. Chairman.
So, is there any further discussion, concerning Board Member Hope's motion? The chair doesn't hear any, discussion, so the chair is going to call the question. I think the chair can call the question if there isn't any, objection or motion. That's my understanding, and I don't hear our counsel saying I'm wrong on that. So we're going to call the question. All those in favor of approving Board Members Hope's motion to approve proceeding with seeking a Castaldi analysis concerning the Witt Elementary School, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
Okay, the motion is defeated 3-2. Board Member Hopes and Minor voted in favor of it. Board Member Kennedy, Vice Chair Messenger, and Board Member Golden voted against it. Okay, now, that may, are there any other motions concerning item number 5? Okay, Board Member Golden.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the additional $3 million plus necessary to begin the complete renovation, and that we ask for a, what kind of contract did you call that?
Guaranteed maximum price amendment.
A guaranteed maximum price amendment of,
I don't have that number in front of me.
23,400.
said
Oh,
23.
the total project budget, but the GMP amendment will not, the total project budget includes the design and everything, not just the construction.
Okay. Do you know what the guaranteed price amendment, guaranteed construction price amendment will be?
It's 18 and change, because we already have some of it under contract.
Okay, no more than $19 million?
Just the total project budget of 23.4.
Okay. Total project budget of $23.4 million.
I second that.
Okay, there's been a motion made by Board Member Golden and seconded by Vice Chair Messenger. And I'm going to ask Board Member Golden to restate his motion for clarity for all of the board and for the public.
I move that the Construction Services Department be given approval to begin complete renovation of Witt Elementary School for a maximum contract price of a guaranteed maximum contract price of $24.4 million.
23.
$5 million. You're spending other people's money.
Oh,
23.
$23.4 million.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask Vice Chair Messenger, is that consistent with your the motion consistent with what you seconded? Okay. Okay, Board Member Golden's motion's been made and seconded. Discussion.
I think we've discussed this
Well,
today.
Okay, my question about it is this 23.4, I don't, when it says a maximum price, as to, is that redoing the whole school? Is that everything? Is that,
That's what we were, at our last workshop, gonna present as the all-in budget. That's the all-in scope. We won't be deleting or value engineering out any of the buildings.
that's all in ALL and IN?
Yes.
Okay. And do we have a contract or a tentative contract for
We
that?
will next board meeting.
Okay. And that's, would complete renovation of Witt Elementary.
Yes,
Okay. And
and addition.
in addition, and does that have a time period attached to it?
No, but it'll be about 16 months.
And that would
Because
be,
a lot of it will depend on which areas move, when testing falls. Obviously, we'll get more done in summers, but when we're working on an occupied campus.
You scared everyone away.
okay.
Don't take it personal, we do it too.
Let me ask you, during that 16 months, would it require transporting students to another location for their education?
No.
Okay. They could all have their elementary education at Witt, and that would be part of the contract. Well, a concern that has been expressed to me by parents is they don't want to have their students, bused to another location to continue their elementary education.
Correct. It would be a phased project on-site, just like the other renovations that we've done on the sister schools. None of the kids went to another off-site location. We did the same thing at Braden River, Ellen Bashaw. All the students at those schools stayed on-site at those schools while we were under renovation.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions that we have of Jane regarding this motion and related to approving this contract that we're going to see in accordance with those terms? The chair not hearing any further questions, I'll call now for the vote. All those in favor of this motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The motion carries 3-2. And thank you very much. And thank you, board members. We had a great discussion about this.
Congratulations, you're gonna get a brand-new old school.
Okay, now, excuse me. Public comments. Madam Vice Chair, do we have anyone signed up for public comments?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't think I need to read the spiel again, so I'm just gonna start with people on the list. Mr. Nelson, come on down, and after Mr. Nelson is Mr. Gibellina.
I'm Norm Nelson, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
and fellow board members, and Saunders, Superintendent Saunders. I've been here at this board talking about money as long as you've been here, Mr. Minor. That's 6 years, talking about the same thing. What you're seeing today, there's 4 pages there, is a copy of an email that I sent to all you people
Thank you.
on October 10th at 1:56 a.m., asking you a question. And the reason I bring it up tonight, because I never got an answer from anybody. Never got an answer. The 6 years I'm making presentations here, I've never got an explanation. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like you to answer this question. Why does the use of transfers cause you to inflate the budget by the amount of transferred funds? Why do you do that? Do you know that amounts to $47 million. You're talking about 2310. You authorize spending $47 million that you never get, never have, and never explained. Why do you authorize that? You could build a school with $47 million. I'm not accusing anybody of cheating. I put it on your budget page, which I include. The next page is your budget page where you, this year asking for $775 million. The third page is the actually money, is actually what, 700, it's actually 727, not 775. Show you the 47 million. But I'd really like you to look at page 4. That's a June 2019. It shows you a nice, for the year that you got on there that shows you revenue from your 4 different sources above, all the expenses that you have. But you look at the bottom, it says other financing sources. Other financing sources. Now, if you follow those across, those 3 lines, you see there's a couple funds that accumulated $2.9 million. Well, look at the next 2, transfers in and transfers out. They don't add anything to your revenue. Nothing to your revenue. It's a published report. It doesn't. So why, at the beginning of the year, you inflate this by 47 million? And you spend less. Right here it shows it, reports. And if you look at the last 5 years, do you know how much money you've authorized? $250 million you authorize. Now that may be fraud. That may be fraud. And then wondering why you do it. Please give me an answer.
Thank you.
Mr. Gibolina, and after Mr. Gibolina, Mr. Salazar.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina. Future gen items, I've asked for an overhead projector not only for you folks to see it, but for the audience and our television. So I'd like to know if we can move forward in that direction. Cell phones, I've all sent you information concerning cell phones and the destruction of our classes because of this abuse. You need to do some demonstration schools without cell phones. The compost pile, that's a great way to start growing our own. Just saw a movie called Wasted. I sent you a copy of it. Hope you can look at it. 50,000 students, 50,000 trays a day, 250,000 trays a month, a week, 1 million trays. They don't separate that food. They just throw it in the garbage can. 100,000 trays every other week. There's got to be a better way. The other thing I want to bring up is our homeless students. On page 17 of your report, sleeping in a place not ordinarily used for sleeping by human beings, living in cars, parks, public spaces, substandard. Transportation will be provided to the homeless student to and from the school. That's a transportation nightmare. We need to start thinking about homeless student housing, and we need to move in that direction. I just want to bring up, I've been in construction 40 years. You can say all you want, but at the end of the day, you have a concrete building. I heard the bones are good. Concrete block is terrible. It gets wet. It holds spores. It keeps mold. You've got a sick building. And that, me as a taxpayer, is a waste of $26 million. You need to go vertical with a new school. It's just unconceivable that we got this mindset. And here's the other thing. I'm big. You know me. I am big on preventative maintenance. If 26 years, I got houses that are 26 years, they're as good as the day they were built. You know why? Because I do preventative maintenance. When you have a catastrophic failure of a roof, that tells me you've done zero preventative maintenance for that school. Oh, there's a leak. Well, it's not in the budget. Let's not fix it this week. Let's wait 6 months so all that moisture can go down the walls, into the drywall, and now you've got a sick building. That building will never be cured, ever, ever, ever. Those kids will continue to be sick for the next 30 years. You need to reconsider it. It's a bad decision. It's a waste of my taxpayers' money. And we saw cutting edge school, the technology is out there. Concrete block is terrible. Tilt wall construction is the way to go. There's a better way out there. Bad decision tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Salazar, and then Ms. Fuentes.
Good evening. So, unfortunately, the mother that I had here tonight had to go because her kids were getting a little bit tired, and this meeting has gone out for a little bit too long. But I wanted to bring something to the front that a couple of you have mentioned, and I'm glad you've mentioned it, about the safety of our schools. So this particular situation, her son attends Daughtry Elementary. He's 7 years old. Last week, his teacher let him go as a walker, even though he's never been a walker. This little boy went hours on end before ending up 10 blocks up the street by himself. He ended up at Cafe Havana. Luckily, somebody recognized him. But that little boy no longer wants to be away from his mom because she's afraid. He's afraid. He's afraid to be away. He's afraid to be around other people, all because of this situation. When his nanny picked him up that day, they told her, well, maybe he's in tutoring. And his nanny said, no, his mom would have let me know if he was in tutoring. The assistant principal was out looking for this child. That's how serious this was. And when he was found and his mother was called, what the assistant principal had to say was, at least he's safe. Now imagine had this turned tragic. Imagine had he been kidnapped. Imagine had he been hit by a car. Imagine that being your child. These are students that just because they lay on the outskirts, and maybe they're in underserved areas of our district, they still need the safety requirements that all of our other schools have. So I'm calling on all of you to come forward with a unified measure for us to have in place for all of our schools. Because I know my daughter, who attends Palmasola Elementary, they have an amazing plan in place when it comes to bracelets, colored bracelets that allow them to know where they're supposed to go. But not every school has that. And it's a shame that the teacher could not come forward that released him. It was his own teacher, even though she knew he was never a walker, and that we had a 7-year-old boy lost on the streets in Onico. Those are the things that I want to bring forward to you this evening. I do have a letter that I'm more than willing to submit a copy to each of you. She did say, the mother did say she reached out to the school district after not getting proper.
Thank you. Ms. Fuentes? Mrs. Mendel? And then Lawrence Newman after Mrs. Mendel, although I don't think I see him anymore.
Yes, I'd like to read from the case report. On or about November 17th, 2017, the OIG substantiated the allegation against Deputy Superintendent Saunders for directing staff to code students pursuing their GED as home education, thus creating falsely inflated graduation rates. The allegations against Director Lundeen were not substantiated. On or about April 24th of 2017, Director Lundeen provided a sworn statement to the OIG in which he stated the directive to push students into home education came from Deputy Superintendent Saunders. Director Lundeen said there was a gap between the schools getting the information to the OSA. Typically, parents would come to the OSA office to withdraw their children, but since the base schools were providing the forms, they weren't always sending them information to the OSA. When asked why there was a spike in homeschool enrollment after the first semester and at the end of the school year, Director Lundeen stated he thought the schools did it to collect the FTE funding. Let's see. Witness victim statements. Program specialist Alicia Carrillo stated Mr. Lundin was following Ms. Saunders' orders. Ms. Saunders has more reach than the typical instructional administrator. Specialist Carrillo's office was always considered operational until Ms. Saunders took over and made it instructional. Specialist Carrillo said Ms. Saunders changed the district's compulsory age policy from 18 to align with the state's compulsory age of 16, which meant all students who were not on track to graduate with their cohorts were pushed into alternative education. At the time, Central High School served as a recovery program, and the LIFE program allowed for online credit recovery. Both programs allowed students to earn a high school diploma between the ages of 16 and 18. Once the compulsory age was changed, it was increasingly difficult for students to be eligible for the alternative programs to the point that Central High School was closed. The LIFE program still exists, but it usually only offered to a limited amount of students who are missing a few credits and are in grades 11 or 12. As a result, let's see. As a result of assisting with the audit for the 14-15 school year, Specialist Carrillo said it appeared Ms. Saunders directed school principals to identify credit-deficient students between the ages of 16 and 18 and withdraw them to home education. First it seemed like schools were just using the W-24 code, but at first it seemed like the schools were using the code without a notice of intent to home educate. Their office, which handles the notices, saw a large spike without home enrollment forms, and they notified their supervisor, Mr. Lundin. Mr. Lundin informed Ms. Saunders that signed letters of intent were required for any student to withdraw with a W-24 code. Soon after, the OSA saw increases in notices submitted directly by schools instead of by parents. When the parents received notice to produce a student's portfolio as part of a yearly audit, some stated they never intended to homeschool their child.
Thank you. Mr. Newman? I don't think he's here anymore. Carla Brogdon? And after Carla will be Rodney Jones.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Saunders. My name is Carla Brogdon. I was born and raised in Manatee County. I graduated from Palmetto High, and I retired from Palmetto High. Palmetto High has always been treated like gum on the district's shoes. Since Palmetto High's inception, it has managed to do great things with little to no help from the district. They've always had to apply that old saying, give us lemons and we'll make lemonade. Here's a short list of unfulfilled promises made to Palmetto High. The promise of bus hubs for the ACE program. Southeast has had IB bus hubs for years. Ongoing drainage issues and campus flooding. In the budget workshop on August 27th, there was $620,000 allocated for this issue, but I'm not aware of any progress. Resurfacing the parking lots. I believe there's an agenda item on tonight's agenda that is talking about repairs for your parking lot. I attend most, if not all, of Palmetto's varsity football games. Friday night, I went to Palmetto High's first playoff game at home. I'm happy to say we had a packed house. The women's restroom, built in the 1950s, was filthy. Toilets either wouldn't flush or had overflowed. That is a health hazard. Palmetto High has star athletes choicing into its athletic program. It has high-achieving students choicing into its ACE program. It has record numbers of seniors graduating not only with their high school diplomas, but AA degrees. Parish High School was built too soon. The money should have been used to update facilities at Palmetto High School, add a classroom wing onto Palmetto High, add a classroom wing onto Lakewood Ranch, and to build a second public middle school north of the river, because the one public middle school we have now, Buffalo Creek, is bursting at the seams. The board member who's supposed to be representing Palmetto High says nothing. Board members are supposed to support all their schools equally. Just because Palmetto High has done well, in spite of the district's lack of support, doesn't mean it's right. You should be proud to have a school like Palmetto High in your school district. They should be rewarded for their accomplishments, but they're still treated like gum on your shoes. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. Thank you.
Rodney Jones?
Madam, can you ensure that I get my 5 minutes, please, or do we have to have a debate about that, too?
There is no debate. The policy requires that you have a signed page and notify the administrative clerk 24 hours in advance. That is what our written policy says. And I stated it at the last board meeting, so that
No worries.
going forward, we would follow that.
And then I'll just email you all to make sure you
By all
can
means.
do today. All right, appreciate it. Greetings. Arrested last board meeting, and look at here, I'm right back. You can't not run me off like that. I feel like I'm walking up to a Walgreens lunch counter when I walk in here. You know, this place feels like a den of thieves, and that's what it's turning into. Your performance of your duties are reprehensible, and I'm quite sure after this is all over, this board will go down in history as being one of the poorest performing boards that we've ever had with the most scandal. This is going to be an epic fail, I continue to tell you. I sent Richard Corcoran a letter today that I also CC'd all of you on, along with the Sarasota County School District. We've seen them act with integrity. We've seen them act with some leadership. We've seen them be transparent and show some resolve, and we haven't seen any of that here. You are contributed. You know, you just removed a minister from the community that has a blue-collar job, that only stood up because his back was hurting, because we seem to have difficulty in getting through a meeting in a timely fashion. And you had that man removed just because he stood up. So that's how blacks feel. You know why those kids didn't come to the meeting, didn't come here to the school board? Because they wouldn't. That was the truth. Mr. Barber misinformed me. They weren't late. They didn't want to come. The coaches didn't want to come. They feel they've been disrespected. You destroyed their school when you weren't supposed to. Because the epic fail is going to happen to you, and catastrophic when you're trying to be all financially, show some financial stewardship. You're defending corruption, and it's costing the taxpayers a bucket of cash, and the failure is just beginning. We just got back our first EEOC complaint in record time. That's going to cost you money. You can't defend it. You can't defend the things that went on. If LMA gets that school back, wins that appeal, it's going to be millions of dollars in damages to restore that school. All up under your leadership, Mr. Minor. You claim yourself to be the watchdog in the community and transparency. You do nothing. You know why you do nothing? Because you're implicated. That's why. And everybody knows it. So that little sham and that little fiasco that all of you put on, everybody sees through it. You're making a fool of yourself. You're making an absolute fool of yourself. And I'm in a perfect agreement with the lady from Pelham High. It's shameful what you're doing. And for the people in Greyhawk Landing, welcome to what it feels like to be a Negro. You're being tossed around too. The kids that are sniffling every day and the kids that have allergies at the school that the young lady just talked about, welcome to feeling like a Negro. You've got a race problem in this district. You've got a race problem. You got a man here that goes on ABC 7, and we can vet it, and if I'm lying, sue me. You told at least 16 lies in 18 minutes, and you know how we know? Because we met with the studio. And about an hour and a half, Mr. Hunley met with them, and we disputed everything that you said, and the man was sitting there scratching and said, "You're a liar, sir. I'll tell you to your face. Let me hold my hands up before you get afraid of me. You're a liar. And we don't need your kind here in this district."
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Messenger. Okay, updates. Legal update, Mr. Dye.
I've got nothing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dye. Instructional update, Deputy Superintendent Yost.
She and staff are attending the FOIL conference, so she left after the workshop.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Madam Superintendent. So, operations update, Deputy Superintendent Wagner.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry I was late tonight. We had the National Career Academy Coalition Annual Conference. It's actually just a bit of history. It's been 50 years since actually there's been academies in this country. Started at Edison High School in Philadelphia, but 50 years ago. We had two schools attend, Southeast High School and Manatee High School attended, and it's great to see some support back for academies for those schools and others as well. Number two, Wednesday, November 20th, we're doing the first ever manufacturing alley. It's in partnership with the EDC and the Manatee Chamber of Commerce. We have 35 companies signed up, and it's going to be where we take about 400 students to 3 local businesses for tours of their businesses here in Manatee County, and then they're going to end up at Manatee Technical College to see some of the manufacturing careers. So it's our way to try to expose more students to some of the careers that are open here in Manatee County. So that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Superintendent, your remarks.
Yes, well, first of all, I want to thank the schools for recognizing our veterans. There have been a number of celebrations last week and followed up today by Freedom Elementary. A number of us were there, but it's just so heartfelt to see the veterans come out and supporting the schools, but our schools also recognizing their service and honoring them. So, Mr. Minor, I know you were there, and I appreciate you and Reverend Golden and Ms. Messenger and those. That's going to be a wonderful new addition that the students that are going to Freedom are going to be able to experience. In addition, I wanted to remind parents, tomorrow is our showcase of schools. Anyone interested in just seeing what all of our schools offer, we will have our choice options available, and the window will open very shortly after that. So it will be at the Convention Center from 6 until 8. So those that are interested in coming, please make sure that you're attending, because we will have our choice window open for the month of December. It will be online, and we will do elementary, middle, and high all at the same time, so that parents will be able to determine the first of the year where their students will be placed for the following year. So just want to make sure everyone knew. In addition, I see Miss Barber is sitting in the audience. The district and MEA reached a tentative agreement. It's going out for vote for all of the MEA members and teachers and paras. So we're very hopeful that we will see that come before the board before the end of the year. I think we have one more board meeting in December, and that is what our goal if we get it ratified. So we look forward to that. In addition, I want to recognize a couple of departures. Michelle, we're not going to make you cry again, but obviously your work is invaluable in the district, and we're grateful that you're just going down the hallway. In addition, Mr. Minor, I believe this could be your last official chairing of our board meetings. So you've done a stellar job. It's a difficult job. You never know. You could be reelected to do a whole nother year. But for this one term, you were elected to be chair. I just want to appreciate your stewardship and you leading the dais and for the year that you served. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for your kind words. The board members, Board Member Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I stepped out of the room. Did we skip over workshop item requests?
Maybe we did. Yes, we did, and that's my fault. Why don't we go back to that? I apologize. Are there any workshop item requests that haven't previously been made? Are there any new ones that we want to put in line?
Can I incorporate that into my remarks?
Sure, but I was gonna, you brought it up. Does anybody else have some workshop? Mr. Kennedy didn't? Okay.
Mr. Minor, can I make one comment?
Sure.
And I wish I could have made a comment if we could get that person's name. On the next one, we will have the workshop on Palmetto High School with the information from the engineered study with recommendations of the possible fixes with the price tag added to all those type of recommendations. That will be on our next board workshop, so the board can give us direction of how we're gonna correct some of those problems. So I really do wanna make sure that the public comment was covered. So I apologize. I know this, I don't speak about what's coming, but I just thought because of the comment made, I wanted to make sure that everyone knew it will be on the next workshop.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you have some other workshop item you'd like to share with us or
Yes.
request at this time?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that by the time we reconvene, we will have all gone to the FSBA, Florida School Board Association annual convention. And I would like to incorporate into our workshop, thereafter a report, particularly with respect to the conduct of school board meetings. And so I will close by saying that I think that we have had exemplary leadership from our chair. We have come through a tumultuous 12 months. I don't know what it was like before I got here, and I'm sure that sometimes that's part of the problem. So I really appreciate what he has brought to bear sitting in the chair, and I think we could all benefit, regardless of who is going to be the chair for the next year, from trying to improve on what he has done and how he's brought us into this moment. I would conclude by also thanking all of us, just from becoming school board members to becoming members of the school board. I can sense that change, and I attribute that to your steady hand. Thank you. And I appreciate what you have done. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Board Member Hopes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your service. As Mr. Kennedy and I know, it's not an easy job. You leave here after leading these meetings, at least I did, with exhaustion, and so appreciate your service. And I think as a board we continue to make progress at coming together to make very difficult decisions and respecting each other's opinions. And I think the district is better for it. And so I thank you, and I thank all of my colleagues. And we will be entering a new year after our reorganization meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Board Member Kennedy.
Thank you. Ditto on that. David, it had been a long time coming, but this year went by like that. So thank you for your service. And Michelle and I, we started at this job around the same time. And Michelle has been like my advisor, my confidant, my, hey, you might want to look at that a different way, kind of partner in this job. So Michelle, you are just moving down the hall, and I will be seeing you for another coffee sometime soon. So thank you for everything along the way. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Board Member Kennedy. Vice Chair Messenger.
Well, Michelle has become like the third grandma to my baby. I mean, like every time we come up there, like my baby likes her more than she likes me. I mean, it's, I go, where's Mrs. Boyce's office? She knows how to get there from the 5th floor, I can tell you that. But I did want to kind of talk about some of the comments made about Palmetto High, kind of just not only discuss what you said, but also, Dr. Hopes and I, were at the football game. I think Mr. Miner was there too. And we kind of talked about, like, there's so many new things that Palmetto High has gotten within the last couple of years from this board working hard and putting Palmetto first and making sure that's important. With the new lights in the stadium, the new sound in the new stadium, the new track at the stadium, the new scoreboard at the stadium. So
The ag fence.
the new fence at the stadium, or not at the stadium, but the ag fence. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that's happened there, and I just want to speak about the good things that are happening. That we are listening, and that's always our goal: is to be listening and try to support and help our schools as much as possible. And I think that we have come together, and I think that that's what's wonderful. There's a lot of great things that have happened and continue to happen. I wanted to talk real quick. There were some comments about Witt's roof, and I actually spoke to the principal before this meeting, and he has said that as of that right now there are no leaks in the roof. There was an air conditioner leaking, and even that has been fixed, and that took a while because apparently that pan has to be a very specific size. So they had to order and have it made to fit that, and even that has been fixed. So I understand that there's concern, but I think that the school, while it needs a renovation, I hasten to say that it's a sick building. because there are no leaks. There are problems. There's massive roof problems, and it needs to be fixed. But I want to be able to focus on doing what's best for those families, and I think we did that. With that, I'm excited about our Showcase of Schools, and I hope there's a great turnout, and I hope people show up, and that's it.
Thank you, Board Member, Vice Chair, Messenger. I think I said quite a bit about my feelings concerning Michelle Boyce. She has been just terrific help to me in trying to serve you, serve the community. And believe me, I needed a lot of help. And thank you, Michelle, again. And it's enough said. The superintendent mentioned some of the ways that our schools have celebrated, Veterans Day. And I had the privilege of being at some of these celebrations. We had a great one this morning out at Freedom, and I get choked up about that. I don't get just choked up about Michelle moving down the hall, but I get very emotional. That's the way I am. That's one reason I joined the Marine Corps, and it's the country, and I've never been one who handled privilege well. And I had the privilege of avoiding it, and I went out and enlisted because classmates in high school were in the rice paddies, and I said, I don't deserve an exemption any more than they should have, so I joined. On Sunday, had the 244th birthday of the Marine Corps. That's older than the country. It was formed, it's after 76. November 10, in 1775 was the birth of the Marine Corps. And I'm very proud to be a Marine. And it's laying it on the line. And by many, and many were not as fortunate as me to be here talking with you. And I want to do a shout out to Don Courtney, who was just selected as Florida Veterans of the Year. The great guy has done much, to serve our veterans. The parade yesterday and the ceremony, and Mr. Hopes was there. It gets me kind of teary-eyed too, and have some of our bands participate. And it's kind of recognition of service to our country. I think that all of the schools were doing something, and I think that's important of our education to help cultivate appreciation for that kind of service. So I was able to go by Rolette and out there at Braden River, and everybody just does it really well. And just thank you to all the schools. I think we have much to be proud of in this district. We've heard negative things, tonight, but overall, this has been a district on the move, making things better, for our community. This community can take pride in what we're doing, can take pride in a great superintendent that we have. We hear all this negatives every once in a while, but overall, if you look at the record, this is a district that this community is proud of, the chamber is proud of, that makes it a better place for our families to live, for businesses to locate and or relocate. And I thank my fellow board members the privilege to serve as your chairman for this past year. So with that being said, I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you again.